Hello guys. Welcome back to What If Deku fanfic. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku was never quirkless in MHA? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chapter 1, A Different Beginning. The fluorescent lights of the examination room hummed a low, constant drone, the kind of sound that settled into bones and made small children squirm. Izuku Midoriya, age 4, sat on the edge of the examination table with his legs dangling, his small hands gripping the edge so tightly his knuckles had turned pale. His mother sat beside him, Inko's gentle fingers combing through his thick green curls in a rhythm meant to soothe, but even she couldn't hide the tension in her shoulders. Dr. Tsubasa adjusted his glasses and studied the tablet in his hands, his expression unreadable. The X-rays hung on the light board behind him, two images side by side. One showed a standard foot bone structure. The other, Izuku's. The difference was subtle to most eyes, but to a trained specialist, it was everything. Izuku, the doctor said, his voice carrying that practiced gentleness adults used when they were about to deliver news they didn't know how to frame. Do you know why we took these pictures today? Izuku nodded, his wide green eyes fixed on the doctor's face. His legs stopped swinging. To see if I have a quirk. That's right. Dr. Tsubasa set the tablet down and turned to face the boy directly. Kneeling brought him to eye level, a small courtesy that Izuku noticed and appreciated even at 4 years old. Most children manifest their quirks by age 4. You're almost 5 now, and we haven't seen any signs yet. Your mother was concerned. Inko's hand paused on Izuku's hair. Her lip trembled slightly, but she forced a smile. It's okay if it's late, sweetie. Some children. I have one, don't I? Izuku's voice was small, but steady. He wasn't asking. His eyes had found the X-rays, and something in the way he stared at them told Dr. Tsubasa that this boy understood more than most his age. He'd been watching heroes since he could crawl. He'd memorized quirk classifications before he could write his own name. He knew what a joint X-ray meant for a quirkless diagnosis. Dr. Tsubasa stood and walked to the light board, tapping his finger against Izuku's X-ray. See this structure here? The extra joint in your pinky toe? For years, we believed this was the definitive marker for quirklessness. Children born without quirks have this additional bone. Children with quirks do not. Izuku leaned forward, his small face scrunched in concentration. Inko held her breath. Your X-ray shows no extra joint, Izuku. You have the toe structure of a quirked individual. The silence that followed was the kind that changed things. Inko's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes flooding with tears so quickly she couldn't stop them. She made a sound, half laugh, half sob, and pulled Izuku against her chest before he could respond. My baby, she whispered into his hair. My sweet boy. But Izuku didn't cry. He sat perfectly still against his mother's chest, his mind racing faster than it ever had before. He had a quirk. He had a quirk. The words repeated themselves, each repetition building something in his chest that felt too large to contain. He wasn't empty. He wasn't going to be the one who got left behind. But, Dr. Tsubasa said carefully, and the single word made Inko's embrace tighten. We don't know what it is yet. The manifestation hasn't occurred, which is unusual for a child his age. The quirk factor is present, the tests confirm that, but it's dormant. I've seen this before in cases where the quirk is complex or exceptionally powerful. The body sometimes takes longer to develop the necessary foundation. Izuku pulled back from his mother's arms, his eyes bright. What kind of quirk? Do you know? Can you tell? Is it an emitter type? Transformation? Mutant? How strong could it be? What if it's like All Might's? No, that's not possible, but maybe something similar. Or maybe it's a fire quirk like Endeavor's? Or maybe. Izuku, Inko said gently, but she was smiling now, tears still wet on her cheeks. Dr. Tsubasa chuckled. I can't tell you what it will be. The quirk factor is present, but its nature won't reveal itself until it manifests. What I can tell you is that the readings we got from the scans are unusual. Higher than typical for an unmanifested quirk. Much higher. He looked at Inko with an expression that carried weight. When his quirk does appear, it will likely be significant. You should prepare for that. The walk home should have been ordinary. The same cracked sidewalk, the same row of houses with their small gardens, the same distant sound of traffic from the main road. But nothing felt ordinary anymore. Izuku walked half a step ahead of his mother, his small hands shoved into the pockets of his shorts, his eyes scanning everything like he was seeing it for the first time. A woman across the street was watering her garden with water that spiraled from her fingertips in perfect arcs. An old man sat on his porch, his shadow stretching twice as long as it should, moving independently of his body. A teenager zoomed past on a bicycle that seemed to be floating an inch above the pavement. Quirks. Everywhere, quirks. And now, finally, he was going to be part of that world. Izuku, slow down. Inko called, but she was laughing. He hadn't heard her laugh like that in months, not since the last checkup, when the doctor had said there was still no sign of manifestation and they should prepare for all possibilities. He stopped and waited, bouncing on his heels. Mom, when do you think it'll come? The doctor said it could be any day now. What if it comes while I'm sleeping? What if I wake up and something's different? What if? It will come. When it's ready, Inko said, taking his hand. Her palm was warm and slightly damp, and Izuku squeezed it without thinking. And when it does, we'll figure it out together. Just like we always do. They passed the small playground at the end of their street, the one with the chipped yellow slide and the swings that always squeaked. A group of children were playing there, their voices rising and falling in that particular rhythm of childhood games. Izuku glanced at them, then looked away quickly. The boys from his preschool were there. Kaken was there, his spiky blonde hair visible even from a distance, his small hands crackling with tiny explosions as he gestured dramatically at something he was explaining. The other children watched him with the particular attention reserved for the strong, the gifted, the ones whose quirks had come in early and powerful. Before today, Izuku would have crossed the street to avoid them. Not because he was afraid, exactly, but because being around them made something ache in his chest. Made him feel like he was standing outside a window, watching a party he hadn't been invited to. Today, he kept walking forward. His chin was higher. His grip on his mother's hand was steady. Today, he knew something they didn't. The next 3 weeks were the longest of Izuku's short life. He waited. He watched. He examined his hands in the mirror every morning, flexing his fingers, waiting for something to happen. He tried to feel for anything different, a warmth, a tingling, some hidden well of power waiting to be tapped. But there was nothing. Just his ordinary 4-year-old body, too small and too young and too impatient. He filled notebooks with questions. What triggers quirk manifestation? Is it emotion? Stress? Physical development? He drew diagrams of quirk classifications he'd memorized from hero analysis websites. He made lists of possibilities, emitter types that projected energy, transformation types that altered his body, mutant types that would change his appearance. He hoped it wasn't a mutant type. Not because he would mind, heroes came in all shapes, but because he wanted to look like All Might. Wanted to smile like All Might. Wanted to be someone who could make people feel safe just by being there. His mother found him one night, sitting cross-legged on his bed with a flashlight and his notebook, his All Might action figure propped beside him like a witness. Izuku, she said, and the single word carried equal parts exasperation and love. Mom, what if it never comes? What if the doctor was wrong? What if? It will come. She sat beside him, the mattress dipping under her weight. Do you want to know when I first felt my quirk? He looked up, curious despite himself. His mother's quirk was small, the ability to pull small objects toward her from a short distance. She never used it anymore. He'd always assumed it just wasn't strong enough to matter. I was 6, she said. Almost 7. Later than most. And I was so worried I'd never get one. I used to lie in bed at night and pretend I could feel it, like if I wished hard enough, it would appear. What happened? She smiled, and in the dim light, she looked younger somehow. My father had this old pocket watch. It was his father's, and his father's before that. One day, I was holding it, looking at the engraving inside the case, and I dropped it. It started to fall, and I just reached for it. Not with my hand. With something inside me. And it came back. She reached out and touched his cheek. It will come when you need it, Izuku. When something matters enough that your body finds a way. He wanted to believe her. He really did. It happened on a Thursday. The autumn air had turned crisp, carrying the smell of fallen leaves and the distant hint of rain. Izuku was at the playground, the same one he'd walked past with his mother weeks ago. He'd started going there more often, sitting on the bench with his notebook, watching. The other children used their quirks. Not hiding. Just waiting. Observing. The boys were there again. Kaken was showing off, as always, his palms crackling with small explosions that made the other children step back in admiration. He'd already earned a reputation, the kid with the flashy quirk, the one destined for greatness. His laughter was loud and confident, the laughter of someone who had never doubted his place in the world. Izuku watched from the bench, his pencil moving across the page. He'd drawn Kaken's explosions in detail, noting the way the sparks originated from his palms, the way sweat seemed to concentrate there before igniting. He'd write more later. For now, he just wanted to watch. Hey, Deku! The nickname made him flinch. Deku. It had started as a joke, a play on his name that meant useless puppet, and it had stuck. Before the doctor's visit, it had felt like a brand. Now it just felt annoying. He looked up. One of the older boys, maybe 6, with a quirk that let him stretch his arms an extra few feet, was standing over him. Behind him, 2 others were watching, smirking. Your mom said you got tested again, the boy said. Did they finally find a quirk in there, or are you still empty? Izuku closed his notebook. I have one. It's just not showing yet. Sure you do. The boy's arm stretched, his hand reaching out to grab Izuku's notebook. Let me see your analysis. Bet it's just a bunch of blank pages anyway. Give it back. The boy laughed. Make me, Deku. Izuku stood. He was smaller than most kids his age. The growth spurt hadn't hit yet, but there was something in his eyes that made the older boy pause. Something that hadn't been there before. A certainty. That's mine, Izuku said quietly. Give it back. Or what? You'll analyze me to death? The boy held the notebook higher, stretching his arm to its full length. Come on, Deku. Show me your quirk. Oh wait, you don't have one. The words hit. They should have hurt. Months ago, they would have crumbled something inside him. But now, standing in the afternoon light with the knowledge of what was growing inside him, Izuku just felt tired. Then he heard the scream. It was high and sharp, the sound of a child in genuine fear. Izuku's head snapped toward the source, his body moving before his mind caught up. The playground's old climbing structure, the rusty one that parents always warned their children about, had shifted. One of the support beams had given way, and a small girl was dangling from the platform, her fingers slipping on the worn metal. She couldn't have been more than 3. Her legs kicked uselessly in the air, and her face was red with crying. Below her, the slide had collapsed into jagged pieces of plastic and metal. Mommy! She screamed. Mommy! The other children had frozen. Kaken was staring, his hands half raised, his explosions sputtering out as his focus shifted. He was 4. He was powerful, but he was 4. And that girl was falling. She fell. Time didn't slow down. That was something Izuku would remember later, the way the world kept moving at its normal, cruel pace, how physics didn't care about intention or bravery. The girl's fingers let go. Her body dropped toward the broken slide below. And something inside Izuku woke up. It started in his chest, a warmth that spread through his ribs like water through cracked earth. It wasn't painful, exactly, but it was overwhelming, like every cell in his body had suddenly remembered a purpose they'd forgotten. The warmth became heat. The heat became pressure. And the pressure became light. Green light. It exploded from his body in a wave, too fast for him to control, too pure to contain. The force of it threw him backward, slamming him against the bench, but his eyes never left the falling girl. And as the light touched her, something happened. She stopped falling. The light wrapped around her like a cocoon, cradling her small body, slowing her descent until she drifted down to the grass like a leaf caught in a gentle current. She landed softly, unharmed, her cries turning to confused hiccups as the green light faded around her. Then everything went quiet. Izuku lay on the ground, gasping, his chest heaving. His whole body was shaking, not from cold, not from fear, but from the sheer force of what had just poured out of him. He could still feel it, humming beneath his skin, waiting. Ready. The other children were staring at him. Kaken was staring at him. The older boy who had taken his notebook had dropped it, his stretched arms snapping back to normal as he backed away with wide eyes. And Izuku, lying on the cracked pavement of the playground with his heart pounding and his vision swimming, finally understood what the doctor had meant. This wasn't a small quirk. This wasn't a late bloomer's consolation prize. This was power. The aftermath was chaos. Parents arrived, drawn by the commotion. Someone called an ambulance for the climbing structure, though no one was seriously hurt, thanks to him. The little girl's mother scooped her up, crying, and Izuku watched from the bench where someone had helped him sit. He was still shaking. "Did you see that?" a voice said. It was Kaken. He stood a few feet away, his hands shoved into his pockets, his expression caught somewhere between shock and something Izuku couldn't name. "That was you." Izuku nodded, not trusting his voice. "What was it? Some kind of energy thing?" Kaken stepped closer, his crimson eyes narrowed. "You pushed it out. All of it at once. That's stupid. You could have hurt yourself." "I didn't know how to control it," Izuku admitted. His voice came out hoarse. "It just happened." "Happened?" Kaken repeated the word like it tasted strange. He was quiet for a long moment then. "You saved that kid." It wasn't a question. Izuku nodded again. Kaken's hands came out of his pockets, and for a second, Izuku tensed, expecting the familiar crackle of explosions. But Kaken just stared at his own palms, then back at Izuku. "I could have done something. I was just standing there." "You were scared," Izuku said. "We all were. I wasn't scared." But the denial was automatic, hollow. Kaken's shoulders were set in a way that Izuku recognized, the stubborn angle of someone who had been wrong but would never admit it. "Your quirk," Kaken said finally. "What are you going to do with it?" The question settled in Izuku's chest, heavy and warm. What was he going to do with it? The answer had been forming in his heart since before he could walk, since the first time he'd seen All Might on television, pulling people from burning buildings with that impossible smile. "I'm going to be a hero," Izuku said. The words came out stronger than he expected. "The kind who saves everyone." Kaken stared at him for a long, unreadable moment. Then he smiled, not the mocking grin he usually wore, but something sharper. Something competitive. "Then you better not fall behind, Deku. Because I'm going to be the #1 hero. And I'm not going to let some late-blooming power catch up to me." He turned and walked away, his hands already crackling with small explosions, his shoulders squared like he was already running toward a future only he could see. Izuku sat on the bench, his notebook clutched to his chest, and watched him go. His hands were still trembling. His chest still hummed with the echo of that green light. But underneath the shaking, underneath the exhaustion, something else was growing. Hope. Pure and unshakable. He opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote. Day 1. My quirk manifested today. I don't know what to call it yet. I don't know what it can do. But it came when someone needed help, and it protected her. Asterisk. He paused, the pencil hovering over the page. Then he added, I think that's what a hero's quirk should do. Above him, the autumn sky was clearing, the threat of rain fading into soft afternoon light. The playground was empty now. The parents had taken their children home. The little girl had been checked and declared unharmed. The broken climbing structure had been cordoned off with yellow tape. Everything was ordinary again. Except it wasn't. Izuku Midoriya, age 4, sat alone on a playground bench with power humming beneath his skin and a future unfolding before him like a path he'd always known was there. He closed his notebook and smiled. For the first time in his life, he wasn't waiting for something to begin. It already had. The weeks that followed were filled with tests. Not the clinical kind, though Dr. Tsubasa called Inko 3 times to schedule a follow-up, but the kind Izuku conducted on himself in the privacy of his room, in the empty field behind his apartment, in the early mornings when the world was still soft and quiet. The quirk was unpredictable. Sometimes he could call it forth with a thought, feeling that warmth build in his chest and spill out through his fingers in controlled pulses. Other times it refused to come at all, leaving him frustrated and empty-handed, wondering if the playground incident had been a fluke. But it wasn't a fluke. He knew that when his mother walked into his room one night to find him floating 6 inches above his bed, wrapped in a faint green glow, his expression pure wonder. Inko, he whispered. He'd started calling her by her name when he was excited, a habit she found both endearing and slightly alarming. I'm flying. I'm actually flying. She stood in the doorway, her hand over her heart, and watched her son drift gently back down to his mattress, the glow fading like embers cooling to ash. It's not flying, Izuku said, scribbling notes in his ever-present notebook. It's more like pushing. I push energy out, and it pushes back against things. Against gravity. Against the ground. Against… He stopped, his pencil freezing mid-word. Against anything I want to move. Inko sat on the edge of his bed, her eyes wide. Anything? He nodded slowly, his mind already racing ahead. The girl at the playground. I didn't just catch her. I pushed against her fall. I changed her momentum. I've been reading about quirks like this, energy manipulation, kinetic control, and there's nothing in the literature that says the application has to be just one thing. It's not a blast quirk. It's not a flight quirk. It's… He looked at his hands, still faintly glowing in the darkness. It's whatever I need it to be. Dr. Tsubasa's words echoed in his memory. Asterisk, the readings we got are higher than typical for an unmanifested quirk. When his quirk does appear, it will likely be significant. Asterisk. He closed his notebook and looked at his mother with eyes that held something older than 4 years. I think I need to learn how to use this, he said. Properly. Before it hurts someone. Inko reached out and took his hands, feeling the residual warmth still humming through his small fingers. Her own quirk, the ability to pull small objects toward her, felt so insignificant compared to this. But she squeezed his hands anyway, because that was what mothers did. We'll figure it out, she said. Together. And they did. Over the next year, they found specialists, trainers, anyone who could help a young child understand the power growing inside him. Some of them took one look at Izuku's readings and quoted prices that made Inko's face go pale. Others simply shook their heads, saying they'd never seen anything like it and couldn't guarantee results. But some saw what Izuku was, not just a child with a powerful quirk, but a child with a mind built to understand it. A child who showed up to every session with questions already written down, with theories already formed, with a hunger for knowledge that no amount of practice could exhaust. His quirk factor is still developing, one specialist told Inko after 6 months of training. She was an older woman with a quirk that let her sense energy patterns, and she'd been tracking Izuku's progress with growing fascination. Most children his age have stable, predictable factors. His are expanding, growing more complex. I've never seen anything quite like it. She glanced at Izuku, who was across the room practicing his control by levitating a series of small weights, his face scrunched in concentration. "What is it?" Inko asked, her voice tight with the particular fear of mothers who suspect their children are extraordinary. "What does it mean?" The specialist was quiet for a long moment. "It means he's not finished manifesting. Whatever his quirk is now, it's not what it will be. It's not even close to what it will be. He's building something, Mrs. Midoriya. And I think..." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "I think we're watching the foundation of something remarkable." By the time Izuku turned 5, his control had improved dramatically. The random surges that had marked those first weeks had faded, replaced by a growing ability to call his quirk at will, to shape it, to release it in measured amounts rather than overwhelming bursts. He still didn't have a name for it. Energy manipulation was too broad. Kinetic control didn't capture the way it felt, the way the power seemed to originate from somewhere deep inside him, something that responded not just to his will but to his emotions, his intentions, his desperate need to protect. His notebooks had multiplied. Volume after volume filled with diagrams and theories, observations about how his quirk interacted with different materials, different forces, different situations. He tested it against water, against fire, against the wind. He tested it on himself, learning to create shields that could deflect thrown objects, to propel his body forward in bursts of speed, to cushion his falls from increasing heights. He was careful. Always careful. Because even at 5, Izuku understood something that many adults never grasped: power. Without control was just destruction waiting to happen. And he never, ever wanted to hurt anyone. The day he turned 5, his mother gave him a new notebook. It was larger than his others, bound in dark green leather, with a single word embossed on the cover in gold letters. Hero. Inside, the pages were blank, waiting. "It's for your future," Inko said, watching him run his fingers over the cover. "For everything you're going to do. Everything you're going to be." Izuku opened the first page and wrote, in his neatest handwriting. *I am Izuku Midoriya. I have a quirk. I will be a hero. *. He paused, then added, *, and I will save everyone who needs saving. No exceptions. *. Outside his window, the city hummed with the sound of millions of people living their ordinary lives. Somewhere out there, villains plotted. Heroes trained. All Might smiled his impossible smile, and told the world that everything would be okay. And in a small apartment on the edge of the city, a 5-year-old boy with green hair and eyes full of fire closed his new notebook and began to dream. Not of being saved, but of being the one who saved everyone else. Chapter 2: The Spark of Power. The winter wind cut through the playground like a blade, carrying the kind of cold that made exposed skin sting and breath turn to clouds of white. Izuku pulled his scarf higher around his neck and kept his eyes on the group of children gathered near the monkey bars. Snow had fallen overnight, dusting the equipment in white, turning the familiar space into something almost magical. Almost. He was 6 now. A year had passed since that autumn afternoon when his quirk had exploded from him without warning, and in that year, everything had changed. His hands were shoved deep into the pockets of his coat, fingers curled into loose fists. The power hummed beneath his skin, always there now, a constant presence he'd learned to live with, like the sound of his own heartbeat, or the rhythm of his breathing. It had taken months of practice to quiet it, to learn how to let it rest instead of constantly pushing at the edges of his control. Some nights, when he was tired or stressed, he could still feel it stirring, responding to his emotions in ways he hadn't fully mastered. But he was getting there. He was always getting there. "Oh, Deku!" The voice came from across the playground, sharp and familiar. Katsuki Bakugo stood at the top of the slide, his hands planted on his hips, his crimson eyes fixed on Izuku with that particular intensity that had become their normal. His winter coat was unzipped despite the cold. He ran hot. Everyone knew that, something to do with the nitroglycerin-like sweat his quirk produced. "You just going to stand there freezing your ass off, or are we doing this?" Izuku smiled despite himself. A year ago, That voice would have made him tense, would have sent him scanning for escape routes or preparing for the inevitable mockery. Now it just sounded like Kakin. Loud, abrasive, impossible to ignore. But not cruel. Not anymore. Coming, he called back, and started across the playground. The snow crunched under his boots. The other children, 6 of them today, ranging from 5 to 7 years old, had gathered in a loose circle near the monkey bars, their breath misting in the cold air. Some of them Izuku knew from school, others from the neighborhood. All of them had quirks, though only a few had started developing any real control. Kakin had been the first. His explosions had come in early and strong, and he'd spent the past 2 years refining them with the same obsessive intensity he brought to everything. The result was a boy who could produce controlled bursts from his palms with enough force to shatter concrete, or so he claimed. Izuku had yet to see him actually shatter concrete, but he'd seen enough to know that Kakin's confidence wasn't entirely unfounded. "You're late," Kakin said as Izuku reached the group. "I'm not late." "You're early." "Same thing." "It's really not." Kakin's eyes narrowed, but there was no heat in it. This was their rhythm now, the push and pull of 2 boys who had grown up together, who understood each other in ways that didn't need to be explained. It wasn't friendship, exactly. Or maybe it was. Izuku wasn't entirely sure. All he knew was that the dynamic between them had shifted on that autumn afternoon, and neither of them had tried to shift it back. "So what's the drill?" Izuku asked, pulling his hands from his pockets and flexing his fingers. The cold made his joints stiff, but the warmth of his quirk was already spreading through his chest, responding to the anticipation building inside him. Kakin jerked his thumb toward the monkey bars. "Obstacle course. Through the bars, across the balance beam, over the wall, and back. First one to touch the fence wins." Izuku studied the course. The monkey bars were coated in a thin layer of ice, dangerous, but manageable if you were careful. The balance beam was the old wooden one that had been there since Izuku could remember, warped slightly from years of weather and use. The wall was the low retaining wall at the edge of the playground, maybe 4 feet high, topped with snow. "Through the bars," Izuku repeated. "Not over or around." "That's what I said. You want us to go through the ice-covered monkey bars in the middle of winter?" Kakin's grin was sharp. "Scared, Deku?" "No. Just checking the rules before you change them halfway through." A couple of the other kids snickered. Kakin's face did something complicated, half irritation, half something that might have been respect if you looked at it from the right angle. "Rules don't change," he said flatly. "You go through the bars. You don't fall. You don't use your quirk on the course." That was new. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "No quirks?" "Course is about physical ability. Quirks are for after." Kakin's hands sparked faintly, the scent of nitroglycerin. Sharp in the cold air. "Anyone can win with a good quirk. Winning without one means something." Izuku considered this. It was a fair point, and not one he'd expected from Kakin, who had always treated his quirk as the ultimate trump card. Maybe the past year had changed more than Izuku realized. "Fine," he said. "No quirks on the course." "What about after?" Kakin's grin widened. "After, we see who's really the strongest." The race was close. Izuku had spent the past year training his body as well as his quirk. The specialists his mother had found, the ones who saw something in him worth investing in, had emphasized the importance of physical foundation. A powerful quirk was meaningless if the body carrying it couldn't handle the strain. So Izuku ran, and climbed, and lifted weights that were too heavy for most 6-year-olds, and pushed his body to its limits, and then a little further. It showed. He cleared the monkey bars faster than any of the other children, his fingers finding purchase on the icy rungs with a precision born of hours of practice. The balance beam was trickier, the wood was slick, and the wind had picked up, tugging at his coat like it wanted to pull him off, but he kept his center low and his focus sharp, and he made it across without falling. Behind him, he could hear Kakin cursing. The blonde had hit the monkey bars with his usual aggressive energy, which had backfired when his first handhold slipped on the ice. He'd recovered quickly, Kaken always recovered quickly, but the delay had cost him. Izuku hit the wall at a sprint, vaulted over it with a push from his legs, and touched the fence at the edge of the playground just as Kaken's voice roared behind him. "Damn it!" Izuku turned, breathing hard, a smile spreading across his face. Kaken stood on the other side of the wall, his face red, from cold or anger, it was impossible to tell, his hands clenched at his sides. "I won," Izuku said, and maybe it was petty to point it out. But the words tasted sweet anyway. "You cheated." "How did I cheat?" "The rules were clear. No quirks on the course." "I didn't use my quirk." Kaken's jaw worked. He knew Izuku was right. He'd been watching the whole time, had seen the absence of green light, had felt no pulse of energy from the other boy. But admitting that meant admitting Izuku had beaten him fair and square, and that was something Katsuki Bakugo's pride struggled to swallow. "Whatever," he said finally, vaulting over the wall himself. "The real test is next anyway." He turned to the other children, who had straggled in one by one, most of them looking relieved just to have finished the course without falling. "All right, listen up. Obstacle course was warm up. Now we see what your quirks can actually do." He pointed to the far end of the playground, where someone, probably Kaken, based on the scorch marks, had set up a row of empty cans on top of the picnic tables. "Target practice. 1 shot each. Most cans knocked down wins. And I'm not holding back." The other children shifted nervously. They all knew what Kaken's "not holding back" meant. His explosions had gotten stronger over the past year, more focused. When he'd first manifested, his blasts were wild, unfocused things that sent him stumbling backward as often as they hit their target. Now he could direct them with precision, could control the yield, could produce anything from a small spark to a concussive blast that rattled windows. Izuku watched as the first few children took their turns. A girl with a quirk that let her generate small gusts of wind managed to knock over 2 cans before the force of her blast dissipated. A boy with enhanced accuracy, not a projectile quirk, just unnaturally good aim, threw a rock that took out 3. Another child, whose quirk allowed her to extend her fingers like tendrils, knocked over 4 by whipping them across the table. Then it was Kaken's turn. He stepped up to the line, feet planted wide, arms raised. The familiar scent of nitroglycerin intensified, and Izuku saw the sweat begin to bead on his palms, glistening even in the cold. Kaken's face was focused, his eyes narrowed to slits, his breathing steady and controlled. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. The explosion that ripped from his palms was contained, tight, directed, nothing like the wild bursts Izuku remembered from years past. It struck the row of cans like a physical force, sending them flying in all directions. When the smoke cleared, 7 of the 8 cans were down, the 8th wobbling precariously on the edge of the table before finally tipping over with a clatter. 7. Kaken had knocked over 7 cans with a single, controlled blast. He turned to Izuku, breathing slightly harder than before, a triumphant grin on his face. "Beat that, Deku." Izuku walked to the line. The other children had fallen silent, watching him with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. His quirk was something of a legend among the kids in the neighborhood, the one that had manifested late but exploded onto the scene with enough force to make everyone take notice. They'd seen flashes of it over the past year, brief moments when he'd used it to catch a falling ball or break a fall from the monkey bars. But they'd never seen him use it at full strength. He raised his hand, palm facing the cans. The power in his chest stirred, responding to his call. He could feel it building, that familiar warmth spreading through his limbs, pushing against the confines of his control. Not too much, he told himself. Asterisk control. Always control, asterisk. He thought about the cans. Thought about the force needed to knock them over without destroying them. Thought about the precision required to hit all of them at once, to spread the energy wide enough to cover the whole row but focused enough not to waste force. Green light gathered in his palm. Not the wild, explosive surge from that first day, but something calmer. Something measured. He released it. The energy pulsed outward in a wave, spreading as it traveled. It struck the row of cans with a sound like thunder rolling across a distant plain, and for a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Then the cans flew, not scattered like Kakin's had been, but lifted clean off the table and carried backward in a single, unified motion. They hit the fence behind the picnic table in a cluster, some of them dented, all of them off the table. Izuku lowered his hand. The green light faded, and the warmth in his chest settled back to its usual low hum. 8 cans. Every single one. The silence that followed was different from before. It was the silence of children who had just seen something they didn't fully understand, something that made them reconsider what they thought was possible. Kakin stood frozen, his arms still half raised from his own demonstration, his face a mask of something that might have been shock or might have been fury or might have been something else entirely. "That's not fair," one of the younger children whispered. "His quirk is too strong." "It's not about strength," Izuku said quickly, because he knew how this went, knew the way power could breed resentment if left unaddressed. "It's about control. I've been practicing for a year. Anyone could do this if they practiced enough." But even as he said it, he knew it wasn't true. Not entirely. There was something about his quirk that set it apart, something that the specialists had hinted at but never fully explained. The energy he produced wasn't just force, it was responsive. It adapted to his intentions in ways that went beyond simple control. When he'd released that pulse, he hadn't just been blasting the cans. He'd been pushing them, each one individually, with a precision that shouldn't have been possible with a wide-area attack. He didn't know how to explain that. Didn't know if he even wanted to. Kakin was staring at him. His hands had stopped sparking, but the tension in his shoulders hadn't eased. "Again," he said. Izuku blinked. "What?" "Again. One more round. Best 2 out of 3. That wasn't the deal." "I'm changing the deal." Izuku opened his mouth to argue, then stopped. Kakin's eyes were burning with something that went beyond competition. This was personal now. This was about a boy who had always been the strongest, who had built his identity on being the strongest, suddenly finding himself looking up at someone else. "Fine," Izuku said quietly. "One more round. But this time, we do it together." He walked to the picnic table and began resetting the cans. 8 of them, lined up in the same neat row Kakin had set up earlier. He could feel the other children watching, could feel the weight of their expectations pressing against him. But more than that, he could feel Kakin's gaze, heavy and unrelenting. "Together," Kakin repeated, the word almost a snarl. "You want to see who's stronger?" Izuku said, stepping back to the line. "Let's find out. 1 blast each. Same targets. Whoever knocks down more wins. But we go at the same time." Kakin moved to stand beside him. They were the same height now. Izuku had hit a growth spurt over the winter, closing the gap that had always separated them. Side by side, they looked like equals. Izuku wasn't sure if that was true, but he wanted it to be. He wanted it more than he'd wanted anything in a long time. "On 3, he said. Kakin's palms were already sweating, the familiar crackle of his quirk building. 1. Izuku raised his hand, green light gathering. 2. They drew breath together. 3. The explosion and the pulse of energy tore through the playground at the same moment. Kakin's blast was fire and force, a concentrated detonation that struck the cans with the precision of a sniper. Izuku's pulse was wider, softer, but no less powerful, a wave of green light that lifted the cans from the table and sent them spinning through the air. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, the cans were gone. Not knocked over, not scattered, gone. Kakin's explosion had vaporized 3 of them, sent the others flying into the snow. Izuku's pulse had thrown the remaining 5 so far across the playground that they'd vanished into the drifts at the far end. They stood in the silence, breathing hard. The other children stared. Somewhere in the distance, a dog was barking, alarmed by the noise. "I hit more," Kakin said, but there was no confidence in his voice. You vaporized 3. I moved 5. That's not the same thing. It's the same thing. They're off the table. Izuku turned to look at him. Kaken's face was flushed, his chest heaving, his hands still faintly smoking. But there was something in his eyes that Izuku hadn't seen before, something that might have been the beginning of respect, or the beginning of something even more complicated. We're tied, Izuku said. Kaken's jaw tightened. We're not tied. Then what are we? The question hung in the air between them. It was the question that had been building for a year, since that autumn afternoon when Izuku's quirk had exploded into existence and changed everything. What were they now? Rivals? Friends? Something that didn't have a name yet? Kaken looked away first. His hands dropped to his sides, the last traces of smoke curling from his palms into the cold air. We're going to be heroes, he said, and his voice was quieter than Izuku had ever heard it. Both of us. And when we get to UA, I'm going to be the one who graduates at the top of the class. I'm going to be the #1 hero. And you're going to be right behind me, watching my back. He turned back to Izuku, and there was nothing in his expression now but certainty. That's what we are. That's what we're going to be. Izuku felt something loosen in his chest. He didn't know what he'd been expecting, anger, maybe, or the cold dismissal that had characterized their interactions before his quirk manifested. But this was something he could work with. Deal, he said, and held out his hand. Kaken stared at it for a moment, then grabbed it. His grip was fierce, his palms still warm from the explosions, and when they shook, it was with the weight of an understanding that went beyond words. Don't slow me down, Deku, Kaken said, but there was no venom in the nickname anymore. It was just a name now. Just the sound of who they were to each other. I won't, Izuku said. I promise. The sun was setting by the time the other children headed home. The playground was quiet now, the snow turning orange in the fading light, the shadows stretching long across the empty space. Izuku sat on the bench where he'd sat a year ago, his notebook open on his lap, his pencil moving across the page. He was writing about the race, about the target practice, about the moment when he and Kaken had stood side by side and let their quirks speak for them. But mostly, he was writing about what came after, the understanding that had passed between them, the shape of a future that was starting to take form. Kaken said we're going to be heroes together, he wrote. I think he means it. I think maybe he always meant it, even when things were different between us. He paused, his pencil hovering over the page. The words he wanted to write were too big, too important to commit to paper without being sure. But they were there, waiting, and he knew eventually he'd have to let them out. I don't just want to be a hero, he thought, watching the sun sink below the rooftops. I want to be the kind of hero who changes things. The kind who makes everyone around them stronger just by being there. The kind who, Writing another book, nerd? Izuku looked up. Kaken was standing a few feet away, his hands shoved into his coat pockets, his breath misting in the cold air. He should have left with the others. He'd stayed. Just notes, Izuku said, closing the notebook. For training. Training. Kaken snorted, but there was no mockery in it. You train more than anyone I know. And you still almost lost today. I didn't almost lose. I won. You didn't win. We tied. Izuku smiled. Is that what we're calling it? Kaken didn't smile back, but something in his face softened almost imperceptibly. He walked to the bench and sat down beside Izuku, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. The wood was cold through Izuku's coat, and he could see Kaken shiver slightly before he got himself under control. You're not going to be like All Might, Kaken said abruptly. Izuku blinked. What? You heard me. Everyone thinks he's the greatest. The symbol of peace. The unbeatable hero. And yeah, he's strong. But he's alone up there. The #1 hero, standing on top of everything, with no one beside him. He turned to look at Izuku, and in the fading light, his eyes were almost gold. That's not going to be us. When we're heroes, we're going to be the ones who stand together. The ones who don't need to be alone at the top because we're already there, both of us. Izuku stared at him. This was more words than Kaken had strung together in his presence in months, maybe years. And they were words that mattered. Words that carved out a space for both of them in a future that had once seemed like it belonged only to Kaken. You've thought about this, Izuku said quietly. Kaken's jaw tightened. Of course I've thought about it. I think about it every day. About what it's going to be like when we get to UA. About what it's going to be like when we're pros. About what it's going to be like when we're standing at the top and everyone who ever doubted us has to shut up and watch. He stood abruptly, kicking at a clump of snow with his boot. You're not going to be a sidekick, Deku. You're not going to be some background hero who shows up when it's safe. You're going to be right there with me, pushing me to be better, making sure I don't get complacent. He turned back, and there was something fierce in his expression, something that looked almost like vulnerability if you didn't know him. That's what I meant when I said you were going to watch my back. Not from behind. Beside me. Izuku stood too, his notebook clutched to his chest. The cold didn't seem to matter anymore. The fading light didn't matter. All that mattered was the boy standing in front of him, offering something Izuku hadn't known he'd been waiting for. Beside you. Izuku repeated. Don't make me say it again. Izuku laughed. It bubbled out of him before he could stop it, bright and unexpected, and for a moment, Kaken looked like he wanted to punch him. But then something shifted in his expression, and he was laughing too, a short, sharp sound that was more surprise than humor, but genuine nonetheless. They stood in the empty playground, two boys on the edge of something neither of them fully understood, and laughed at the absurdity of it all. At the years they'd spent dancing around each other, at the competition that had driven them both, at the future that was waiting for them, bright and terrifying and theirs. When the laughter faded, Kaken was the first to move. He walked to the edge of the playground, then stopped. Same time tomorrow? He said without turning around. Don't be late. I'm never late. You were today. That was one time. Kaken glanced back, and in the last light of the setting sun, he was almost smiling. One time too many, Deku. Then he was gone, jogging down the street toward his house, his hands sparking faintly in the cold air. Izuku watched him go, watched until the small figure disappeared around the corner, and then he sat back down on the bench and opened his notebook. He found the page where he'd been writing earlier and added one more line. Asterisk today, Kaken said we're going to be heroes together. Not rivals. Not competitors. Partners. I don't know if he meant it the way I heard it, but I'm going to hold him to it anyway. Asterisk. He closed the notebook and looked up at the sky. The first stars were appearing, faint pinpricks of light against the deepening blue. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the sounds of the city settling into evening, cars on wet roads, voices calling to each other, the occasional siren that made his heart clench before he reminded himself that heroes were out there, handling it. He was going to be one of them someday. He was going to stand beside Kaken, and they were going to be the heroes who changed things. Who protected everyone. Who never left anyone behind. The power hummed beneath his skin, warm and patient, waiting for him to grow into it. And for the first time, Izuku thought maybe he understood what it was waiting for. Not just strength. Not just control. Purpose. He stood, shouldering his bag, and started the walk home. The streets were quiet, the snow muffling the usual sounds of the city, and for a few blocks, he was alone with his thoughts. He let them wander, let them drift over the events of the day, over the race and the target practice, and the conversation that had changed something between him and Kaken. He was so lost in thought that he almost missed it. The scream came from the alley between the old convenience store and the apartment building. It was sharp and sudden, cut off almost immediately, and Izuku's feet stopped before his mind had fully processed what he'd heard. His first instinct was to keep walking. He was 6 years old. He was a child. Whatever was happening in that alley, it wasn't his problem. That was what heroes were for. That was what adults were for. but his feet were already moving. He crept toward the alley entrance, pressing himself against the wall, listening. The scream hadn't come again, but there were other sounds, low voices, the scuffle of shoes on pavement, a sound that might have been someone crying. He risked a glance around the corner. The alley was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Farther back, near the dumpsters, three figures were clustered together. Two of them were older, teenagers, maybe, or young adults. The third was smaller. A child, about his age, pressed against the wall with one of the older figures holding something to their throat. Izuku's blood went cold. He couldn't see the weapon clearly, but he didn't need to. He knew what was happening. He'd read about it in the news, had seen the statistics, had listened to his mother warn him about strangers and dark alleys and the dangers of being alone after dark. He should run. He should find a hero, find an adult, find anyone who could handle this properly. He was 6. He wasn't trained for this. He wasn't ready. But the child against the wall was crying, and the person holding them was laughing, and Izuku's feet wouldn't move. Not forward, but not back either. The power in his chest stirred. It had been quiet since the target practice, settled into its usual low hum. But now it was waking up, responding to something Izuku hadn't called on. Responding to his fear, maybe. Or his anger. Or something deeper than both. Control, he told himself. Always control. He stepped into the alley. Chapter 3: A Childhood Without Mockery. The alley smelled of damp concrete and something rotting in the dumpsters. Izuku's footsteps were soft against the wet ground, but not soft enough. One of the figures turned, and the laughter stopped. Well, the voice was young but already rough, worn down by something that had nothing to do with age. What do we have here? The figure stepped forward, and the dim light from the street caught his face. He couldn't have been more than 16, thin face, hollow cheeks, eyes that had learned to look at the world like it owed him something. Behind him, the other figure hadn't moved, still pressing the smaller child against the wall. The weapon in his hand caught the light. A knife. Small, but sharp enough. Izuku's heart was pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. His hands were shaking. Every instinct he had was screaming at him to run, to find help, to do anything except stand here in the mouth of an alley with two older boys who clearly meant harm. But the child against the wall was looking at him. A girl, he could see now. Dark hair, wide eyes, a bruise already forming on her cheek. She couldn't have been older than 5. And she was looking at him like he was the only thing standing between her and something she couldn't undo. Izuku's feet stopped shaking. His hands stopped shaking. Something settled in his chest, heavy and certain. "Let her go," he said. The older boy laughed. It was an ugly sound, scraped raw by the cigarettes Izuku could smell on his breath. "Let her go? You hear that, Kenji? The little hero wants me to let her go." The other figure, Kenji, snorted. His grip on the girl didn't loosen. "What are you going to do, kid? Call All Might?" Izuku didn't answer. He was already moving, not forward but sideways, edging along the wall toward the dumpster. His eyes never left the boy with the knife, but his mind was racing, cataloging everything. 2 opponents. 1 weapon. A hostage. Narrow space with limited exits. The odds were terrible. The odds didn't matter. "Look at this," the boy said, taking a step toward Izuku. The knife gleamed. "Little hero wants to save the day. You got a quirk, hero? Gonna blast me with your big strong power? Let her go," Izuku said again, and this time his voice didn't shake. "The police are already on their way. I called them before I came in." It was a lie. He hadn't called anyone. He'd barely had time to think before his feet were moving. But the boy's eyes flickered, just for a second, and that second was all Izuku needed. The power in his chest exploded outward. He'd been practicing control for a year. He'd learned to shape the energy, to moderate its output, to direct it with precision that would have been impossible in those first wild weeks. But he never used it against another person. He'd never had to. The green light caught the boy in the chest and lifted him off his feet. He went backward, the knife spinning from his grip, his body slamming against the far wall with a sound that made Izuku's stomach turn. The boy crumpled, and for a terrible moment, Izuku thought he'd killed him. But then the boy groaned, and his hand twitched, and the relief that flooded through Izuku was so intense it almost made him drop his focus. "Kenji!" the second boy shouted, and Izuku's attention snapped back. The girl was still pinned against the wall, but Kenji's grip had loosened. His eyes were wide, fixed on his friend's crumpled form, and in that moment of distraction, the girl moved. She bit down on his hand, hard, and when he yelped and pulled back, she dropped to the ground and ran. Straight toward Izuku. He caught her without thinking, his arms wrapping around her small body, and the contact sent a jolt through him that had nothing to do with his quirk. She was shaking, crying, clinging to him like he was the only solid thing in a world that had suddenly become very, very dangerous. "You little..." Kenji was coming toward them, his face twisted with rage, one hand raised. Izuku couldn't see a weapon, but he didn't need to. The boy was bigger than him. Stronger. And Izuku was holding a child. He couldn't use his quirk. Not without risking her. Not in such close quarters where the energy might rebound, might hit her instead of Kenji might. Kenji's hand closed around Izuku's collar and yanked. The world tilted. Izuku's back hit the ground hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs, and the girl was torn from his arms, screaming. He heard her hit the pavement, heard Kenji cursing, heard the scrape of boots on concrete. And then he heard something else. A crack. A flash. The smell of ozone and burning fabric. When Izuku's vision cleared, Kenji was on the ground. Not from Izuku's power, he hadn't used it, couldn't have used it from this position. Kenji was on the ground because something had hit him. Something fast and precise and absolutely devastating. A figure stepped out of the shadows at the far end of the alley. Tall. Broad. Moving with the easy confidence of someone who had never had to wonder if they belonged in a fight. The streetlight behind them cast their face in shadow, but Izuku didn't need to see features to know who it was. "Heroes are on their way," a voice said, calm and professional. "The police are 2 minutes out. I'd suggest you stay down." Kenji tried to rise, and the figure's foot pressed down on his chest, not hard enough to hurt but firm enough to make the message clear. "I said stay down?" The boy with the knife was still slumped against the wall, groaning. The girl was crying softly, huddled against the dumpster. And Izuku was lying on the cold ground of the alley, staring up at the person who had just saved them. The figure turned, and the light caught their face. It was a woman, he realized. Older than the boys, younger than his mother. Her hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, and her costume, he could see it now, dark blue with silver accents, was scuffed and worn in the places that meant she'd been doing this for a while. Her eyes found his, and something in her expression shifted. "You," she said. "The kid with the light." Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. His chest was aching, his back was throbbing from where he'd hit the ground, and his hands were shaking again. The adrenaline that had carried him through the past 2 minutes was fading, leaving behind a cold, trembling emptiness. The hero, he could see her license now, clipped to her belt, crouched beside him. Her hand was warm on his shoulder, grounding him in a way he didn't know he needed. "Breathe," she said. "You're okay. She's okay. They're not going to hurt anyone else." Izuku sucked in a breath. Then another. The world, which had been spinning, slowly steadied. "I didn't call the police," he said. The words came out in a rush, as if admitting it would somehow undo everything that had just happened. "I said I did, but I didn't. I didn't have time, and she was." "I know," the hero said. "I was watching." Izuku's eyes went wide. "You were watching? But you didn't, why didn't you?" "I was on my way to a call when I saw you go into the alley." Her voice was calm, but there was something underneath it, something that might have been approval, or concern, or both. I wanted to see what you would do. See what I would do? Izuku's voice cracked. There was a girl. She was going to get hurt. I couldn't just, I had to. You had to help. The hero finished for him. Even though you were scared. Even though you were outnumbered. Even though you're 6 years old and those boys could have hurt you badly. She looked at him for a long moment, her dark eyes unreadable. Then she did something Izuku didn't expect. She smiled. That's the mark of a hero, she said. Not the power. Not the training. The choice to stand up when you could have walked away. The police arrived 2 minutes later, just like she'd said. The boys were taken into custody. The one Izuku had hit was conscious now, blinking groggily at the officers who hauled him to his feet. The girl was wrapped in a blanket, her mother already on the way, called by one of the paramedics who had arrived with the police. Izuku sat on the back of an ambulance, a blanket around his own shoulders, watching the scene unfold. He'd given his statement to a kind-faced officer who had written everything down in a small notebook, nodding seriously at details that seemed too small to matter. The hero, she'd introduced herself as Midnight Glare, though Izuku recognized her from some of the smaller hero networks. A sidekick who had recently gone independent, had stayed until the paramedics confirmed that Izuku wasn't hurt beyond some bruises. Your mother's on her way, Midnight Glare said, sitting down beside him on the edge of the ambulance. I called her. Izuku nodded. He didn't trust his voice yet. His hands were still shaking under the blanket, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw the knife, saw the girl's face, saw the moment he'd unleashed his quirk on another person and watched them crumple. You're going to be okay, the hero said, as if reading his thoughts. What you did tonight, that wasn't wrong. You protected someone. You saved a life. But I hurt him. Izuku's voice was small. I didn't mean to hurt him that much. I just wanted him to stop. Sometimes stopping someone means hurting them. Midnight Glare's voice was gentle but firm. That's the hard part of being a hero. You're not just protecting people from villains. You're making choices about how much force to use, when to pull back, when to push forward. It's not something anyone gets right the first time. She paused, looking at him with an expression that was almost wistful. But you did something more important than using the right amount of force. You didn't hesitate. You saw someone in danger and you moved. That's not something you can teach. That's something you're born with. Izuku thought about that. About the moment his feet had started moving before his mind had caught up. About the way his quirk had responded not to his conscious commands but to something deeper, something that had known exactly what he needed before he'd even thought to ask. What's your quirk? He asked suddenly. The thing you did to stop that boy, it was fast. Precise. I've never seen anything like it. Midnight Glare's smile widened. You're an analyst, aren't you? I can always tell. The ones who watch, who study, who want to understand how things work. She held up her hand, and for a moment, Izuku saw something shift in the air around her fingers, a distortion, like heat rising off pavement. I manipulate shadows. Not light shadows, physical shadows. The spaces between things. I can move through them, use them to strike, use them to hide. It's not flashy, but it's effective. She let her hand drop, and the distortion faded. Your quirk, though. That's something else. Energy projection, from what I saw. But controlled. Shaped. You've been training. Izuku nodded slowly. For about a year. Since it manifested. Most kids don't start serious training until they're at least 10. Some never do. She looked at him with new respect. Who's been teaching you? Specialists. My mom found them. And I practice on my own. I keep notebooks. He hesitated, then pulled the small notebook from his coat pocket. The one he always carried, the one that had been through everything with him. I write down everything I learn. About my quirk, about other quirks, about hero techniques. I want to understand how it all works. Midnight Glare took the notebook carefully, turning it over in her hands. She opened it to a random page and read for a moment, her expression shifting from curiosity to something deeper. You drew my attack, she said softly. From tonight. The angle, the trajectory, the estimated force. You reconstructed it from watching it once. I couldn't help it. It's like my brain just catalogs things. I see a quirk in action, and I start breaking it down automatically. The mechanics, the limitations, the potential applications. Izuku ducked his head, suddenly embarrassed. It's weird. I know it's weird. It's not weird. She handed the notebook back. It's a gift. The same way your quirk is a gift. And you're using both of them to become a better hero. She stood, brushing off her costume. What's your name, kid? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. She said the name like she was testing its weight. I'm going to remember that name. I think we're all going to remember that name someday. She reached into a pouch on her belt and pulled out a card. A simple white rectangle with a phone number and an email address printed in clean black text. If you ever want to talk about hero work, about your quirk, about the hard choices. She pressed the card into his hand. Call me. I'm not famous, and I'm not the strongest hero out there. But I've been doing this for 8 years, and I've made just about every mistake there is to make. Maybe I can help you avoid some of them. Izuku stared at the card, then at her. Why? You don't know me. Why would you? Because I saw you tonight. Her voice was quiet now, serious in a way it hadn't been before. I saw a 6-year-old boy walk into an alley with 2 older boys who could have killed him, because there was a girl who needed help. I saw him use his power to protect her, not to hurt. I saw him hold her when she ran to him, even though he was scared and hurt, and didn't know what was going to happen next. She crouched down so her eyes were level with his. That's the kind of hero I want to be. That's the kind of hero I want to help become. Inko arrived a few minutes later. She burst through the crowd of officers and paramedics like a woman possessed, her face pale, her eyes wild with fear. When she saw Izuku sitting on the ambulance with his blanket and his notebook, she ran to him and pulled him into an embrace so tight he could barely breathe. My baby, she whispered, over and over. My baby, my baby, my baby. Izuku let himself be held. The shaking in his hands was finally starting to subside, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion that made his eyelids heavy. He could hear his mother talking to the officers, to the paramedics, to Midnight Glare, but the words blurred together, meaningless. The last thing he remembered before sleep took him was the feel of his mother's hand in his hair, and the quiet certainty that something in him had changed tonight. Something that wouldn't go back to the way it was before. The weeks that followed were strange. The story of what had happened in the alley spread, as stories always do. Izuku's classmates at school heard about it from parents who had heard it from neighbors who had read about it in the local news. The article had been small, a few paragraphs in the community section, buried beneath coverage of a villain attack downtown, but it had been enough. By the time Izuku returned to school, everyone knew. He walked through the doors on Monday morning expecting the usual, the quiet glances, the whispered conversations, the careful distance that had characterized his social life since before his quirk manifested. But what he found instead stopped him in his tracks. The classroom was decorated. Not for a holiday, not for a special event, but for him. Streamers hung from the ceiling in green and white, his colors, though he never told anyone that. A banner across the front of the room read, in wobbly construction paper letters, "Welcome back, Izuku!" And the children, his classmates, the ones who had barely spoken to him before, were all looking at him with something he'd never seen in their faces before. Respect. Midoriya! The voice came from a boy named Tanaka, whose quirk let him change the color of his skin. He was grinning, his face cycling through a rapid sequence of colors that Izuku had learned to recognize as excitement. You were so cool! My mom said you fought 2 guys all by yourself. I didn't fight them. Izuku started, but he was already being surrounded, children pressing in from all sides, voices overlapping in a wave of questions and exclamations. Did you really save that girl? Is it true you beat them with one punch? What's your quirk? I heard it's like a laser beam. Are you going to be a hero? You have to be a hero! Izuku stood in the center of the chaos, his bag clutched to his chest, his face burning. He'd never been the center of attention like this. He'd never had more than 2 people want to talk to him at once. The noise, the closeness, the sheer force of their curiosity. It was overwhelming in a way that the alley hadn't been. And then, above all the voices, one cut through. Back off! The crowd parted like water before a stone. Kaken stood at the edge of the circle, his arms crossed, his expression the particular brand of annoyed he reserved for things he found beneath his attention. You're all crowding him, he said flatly. Give him some room to breathe. The children shuffled back, suddenly sheepish. Kaken's reputation had changed too, over the past year. He was still intense, still prone to explosions both literal and metaphorical, but he'd stopped using his quirk to intimidate the other kids. Now his presence alone was enough. Thanks, Izuku murmured as Kaken fell into step beside him. Don't thank me. They're annoying. But Kaken's voice was softer than his words, and when they reached their desks, he sat in the chair beside Izuku's without being asked, something he'd started doing a few months ago and never explained. You okay? Kaken asked, not looking at him. Izuku considered the question. Was he okay? He'd been having nightmares about the alley, about the knife, about the boy crumpling against the wall, about the moment he'd thought he'd killed someone. His mother had started checking on him in the middle of the night again, something she hadn't done since he was 3. And every time he closed his eyes, he saw the girl's face, felt her small body pressed against his chest. But he was here. He was breathing. He was surrounded by classmates who were looking at him like he was someone worth knowing. I think so, he said. Kaken glanced at him, and for a moment something passed between them, an understanding that didn't need words. Kaken had seen the alley too, in his own way. He'd seen what Izuku had done, and he'd spent the past 2 weeks treating him differently. Not softer, Kaken would never be soft, but with a kind of grudging acknowledgement that hadn't been there before. You're going to be a hero, Kaken said. It wasn't a question. Yeah. Then you need to get stronger. Kaken's hands sparked faintly under the desk. One good hit isn't enough. You need to be able to take them down without almost getting yourself killed. Izuku smiled. Trust Kaken to turn a traumatic experience into a training opportunity. Is that your way of saying you want to train with me? Shut up. I'll take that as a yes. Kaken's ears went red, but he didn't deny it. And when school ended that day, he walked beside Izuku to the playground, and they trained until the sun went down and the streetlights flickered on, and neither of them said a word about what had happened in the alley. But it was there, between them, shaping the way they moved, the way they spoke, the way they looked at each other. A shared understanding of what it meant to stand in the path of danger and not run. The invitations started coming a week later. Parents who had never looked twice at Izuku were suddenly calling his mother, asking about playdates. Teachers who had marked him as quiet and unremarkable were pulling him aside to tell him what a brave young man he was. A woman from the local hero agency called to ask if he'd be interested in a junior mentorship program, something usually reserved for children whose families had connections in the industry. Inko, who had spent years worrying about her son's social isolation, was bewildered by the sudden shift. She fielded calls with a kind of shell-shocked politeness, accepting some invitations and declining others, always careful not to let her confusion show. But at night, when the phone had stopped ringing and the apartment was quiet, she sat with Izuku on the couch and talked about what was happening. It's not real, Izuku said one evening, his voice muffled against her shoulder. The way they look at me now. It's not because of who I am. It's because of what I did. Does that matter? Inko asked gently. I don't know. He pulled back, his green eyes troubled. Kaken used to be like that. The way they look at him. Because his quirk is strong. Because he's going to be a hero. And I thought if people looked at me that way, it would feel different. Better. He looked down at his hands. It just feels like they're looking at someone else. Inko pulled him close again, her cheek pressed against his hair. She didn't have an answer for that. She didn't have an answer for most of the things her son asked her these days. But she held him, and that was something. People are always going to see what they want to see, she said finally. Some of them will see the quirk. Some of them will see the story. Some of them will see the potential. She pulled back and cupped his face in her hands. But the ones who matter, the ones who will be there when things get hard, they'll see you. They'll see the boy who walked into an alley because someone needed help. The boy who trains every day because he wants to be strong enough to protect everyone. The boy who fills notebooks with hero analysis because he wants to understand the world he's going to save. She smiled, and there were tears in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. Those people are the ones worth knowing. The others, they'll figure it out eventually. Or they won't. Either way, it doesn't change who you are. Izuku thought about that. Thought about Kaken, who had known him before the alley and would know him after. Thought about Midnight Glare, who had given him her card and said she wanted to help him become the hero he was meant to be. Thought about the girl he'd saved. He'd heard from the police that she was okay, that she was home with her family, that she'd asked about him and said thank you. Those people saw him. The real him. And maybe that was enough. He was 8 years old when the bullying stopped entirely. It had been fading for 2 years, ever since the alley, ever since his classmates had started looking at him differently. But there had always been a few holdouts, older kids from other classes who hadn't gotten the memo, who still thought of Izuku as the quirkless boy who'd been nothing before his power manifested. That changed on a Tuesday afternoon. A group of older boys, 4th graders, big and loud and convinced of their own importance, had cornered Izuku by the bike racks after school. It was the same group that had been making comments for months, little digs about late bloomers and freak quirks, and whether he'd actually saved that girl or just gotten lucky. They'd never done anything physical before. This time, one of them grabbed his notebook. "Let's see what the little hero writes about," the boy said, flipping through the pages with dirty fingers. "Quirk analysis? Hero strategies? This is just a bunch of drawings and numbers. What's wrong, Deku? Can't do anything without your notebooks?" Izuku had learned, over the past 2 years, to pick his battles. This wasn't one worth fighting. He could get the notebook back later, could ask a teacher to intervene, could let the situation diffuse on its own. But then the boy tore a page out, ripped it in half, dropped the pieces on the ground and stomped on them. "Oops," he said, grinning. "Guess you'll have to rewrite that one." Izuku felt something cold settle in his chest. It wasn't anger, exactly. It was something older. Something that remembered what it felt like to be small and powerless, to have nothing but the words in his notebooks, to watch the things he'd built get torn apart by people who didn't understand. His hands clenched at his sides. The power in his chest stirred, responding to the emotion he was trying so hard to contain. "You should give that back," he said quietly. The boy laughed. "Or what? You'll blast me like you blasted those 2 kids in the alley? Go ahead, hero. Show everyone what you really are." For a moment, Izuku considered it. One pulse of energy, controlled and precise, enough to knock the notebook from the boy's hands without hurting him. It would be easy. It would be satisfying. It would be wrong. He took a breath. Then another. He thought about Midnight Glare's words, the choice to stand up when you could have walked away. But standing up didn't always mean fighting. Sometimes it meant something harder. "You're right," he said. The boy blinked. "What?" "You're right. I could blast you. It would be easy. You're not expecting it, and my quirk is faster than anything you've got." Izuku met the boy's eyes, and there was nothing threatening in his gaze, just a simple statement of fact. "But that's not what heroes do. Heroes don't hurt people because they're angry. They don't use their power to intimidate. They protect." He took a step forward, and something in the boy's expression shifted. Not fear, exactly, but uncertainty. "My quirk isn't a weapon," Izuku said. It's a tool. And I'm not going to use it on you because you tore a page out of my notebook. That would be like using a fire hose to put out a match. He held out his hand. Give it back. We can pretend this didn't happen. The boy stared at him. The other boys, the ones who had been watching, waiting for a fight, were silent. They'd expected Izuku to lash out, to prove himself as volatile as they'd always assumed powerful kids were. Instead, he'd done something none of them knew how to do. He'd de-escalated. The notebook hit the ground at Izuku's feet. The boy who had been holding it was already walking away, his shoulders hunched, his friends trailing behind him. He didn't look back. Izuku bent down and picked up the notebook. The torn page was still on the ground, ripped in half, the careful diagrams and observations he'd spent hours on now just scraps of paper in the dirt. He picked up the pieces anyway, tucking them into the notebook's pages. He could tape them back together later. Or he could rewrite the page entirely, improve it with everything he'd learned since. He was still kneeling there when Kaken appeared. The blonde must have been watching from somewhere, the classroom window, maybe, or behind the gym. His hands were in his pockets, but there was a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there before. You let them walk, Kaken said. It wasn't an accusation. They weren't worth fighting. They took your notebook. They gave it back. Kaken was quiet for a moment. Then he crouched down beside Izuku, looking at the torn pieces of paper in his hands. You're not like the others, he said finally. The ones with strong quirks. They think having power means they get to do whatever they want. They think being strong means they're always right. He looked at Izuku, and for once, there was no competition in his eyes. Just something that might have been understanding. You're not like that. You've never been like that. Even before you had your quirk, you were never like that. Izuku didn't know what to say. He'd spent so long wanting Kaken's respect, wanting to be seen as an equal, that he never considered what that respect would look like when it finally came. I'm going to be better than them, Izuku said quietly. Better than the ones who use their quirks to hurt people. Better than the ones who think strength is the only thing that matters. I'm going to be a hero who saves people. All people. Even the ones who don't deserve it. He stood, brushing the dirt from his knees, and looked at Kaken with eyes that had seen too much for an 8-year-old but still held something bright and unbroken. That's what I decided. In the alley? When I thought I might have hurt someone. I decided that I wasn't going to be the kind of hero who uses power to punish. I'm going to be the kind of hero who uses it to protect. And that means protecting everyone. Even the ones who make it hard. Kaken stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. It wasn't the sharp grin he wore when he was winning. It wasn't the fierce expression he wore when he was fighting. It was something softer. Something that looked almost like pride. You're going to be trouble, Deku, he said. You know that, right? I've been told. They walked home together, their shadows long in the afternoon light, and Izuku held his torn notebook close to his chest and thought about what it meant to be strong. Not the kind of strength that made people afraid. The kind that made them feel safe. He was 8 years old. He had a quirk that specialists still didn't fully understand. He had a notebook full of dreams and a friend who pushed him to be better. And somewhere inside him, in the quiet space where his power hummed and waited, he knew that this was only the beginning. The world would test him. There would be fights he couldn't de-escalate, dangers he couldn't talk his way out of, villains who wouldn't walk away just because he asked them to. But that was okay. He would train. He would grow. He would become the hero he'd always wanted to be. Not because of his quirk. Not because of what he'd done in an alley when he was 6. Because of who he was. Who he had always been, even when the world had looked at him and seen nothing. A boy who would never walk away when someone needed help. Chapter 4. A rivalry built on equality. The training ground behind the old water treatment plant had become theirs by unspoken agreement. It wasn't much, a cracked concrete slab that had once been a parking lot, a few rusted storage containers that some construction crew had abandoned years ago, a chain-link fence that had been bent and reshaped by so many explosions it looked more like modern art than a barrier. But it was private, and it was theirs, and for the past 2 years, it had been the place where Izuku and Kaken came to test themselves against each other. Izuku stood at the center of the lot now, his breath coming in slow, controlled draws. The autumn air was cool against his skin, carrying the faint metallic tang that always lingered here, mixed with something sharper. Nitroglycerin. Kaken's scent, as familiar to Izuku as his own heartbeat. "You're thinking too loud," Kaken said from across the lot. He was crouched on top of one of the storage containers, his silhouette sharp against the gray sky, his hands resting on his knees like a predator waiting to strike. They were 12 now, both of them taller, leaner, the softness of childhood burned away by years of training. Kaken's shoulders had broadened, his jaw had sharpened, and his presence had grown into something that filled whatever space he occupied. Izuku smiled. "You can't hear thoughts. I can hear you breathing. Your rhythm's off. You're distracted." "I'm not distracted. You're thinking about the entrance exam." Izuku's smile faded. Kaken wasn't wrong. The UA High School entrance exam was 8 months away, 8 months that felt like both an eternity and no time at all. Every day, the reality of it pressed against him, the test that would determine whether everything he'd worked for, everything he'd built, was enough. "You're thinking about it too," Izuku said. "You've been training harder. Longer. You barely slept last week." Kaken's eyes narrowed. He didn't deny it. Instead, he pushed off from the container, launching himself into the air with an explosion that cracked the metal beneath his feet. For a moment, he hung against the gray sky, suspended in the space between one movement and the next. Then he dropped. The explosion that accompanied his descent was controlled, precise in a way that would have been impossible for the screaming toddler who had once burned his own fingers learning to make sparks. Kaken hit the ground feet first, the force of his landing cracking the concrete beneath him, and the shockwave of his arrival sent dust spiraling outward in concentric rings. He straightened, his palms smoking, his crimson eyes fixed on Izuku with that particular intensity that had defined their relationship for as long as Izuku could remember. "Then stop talking about it and show me what you've got," Kaken said. Izuku's power stirred in his chest, responding to the challenge. He let it rise, let the familiar warmth spread through his limbs, let the green light begin to gather in his palms. But he didn't release it. "Not yet. You always want to start with the big moves," Izuku said. "That's your problem. You think power is about how hard you can hit. Power is about winning. Power is about control." Kaken's lip curled. "Then control this." He came at Izuku fast, faster than he had any right to, given the raw force of his quirk. But that was the thing about Kaken that most people never understood. They saw the explosions, the firepower, the sheer destructive potential, and they assumed he was a brawler. A brute. Someone who won through overwhelming force rather than skill. They were wrong. Kaken's right hook was a feint. Izuku saw it coming, recognized the tell in the shift of his shoulders, and ducked. The real attack came from the left, a blast aimed at his ribs, close range, designed to knock him off balance. Izuku twisted, his quirk flaring just enough to create a cushion of energy between himself and the explosion, and the force of it pushed him sideways instead of into the ground. He landed on his feet, already moving. Kaken was relentless, he always was, and Izuku knew that if he stopped, if he let himself be pinned, the match would be over. Kaken's close-quarters combat had improved more than anything else over the past 2 years. He'd realized, somewhere around age 10, that his explosions were most devastating at short range, and he'd built his entire fighting style around closing distances and staying there. Izuku's style was different. He fought from the outside, using his quirk to create space, to control the flow of engagement, to keep Kaken at a distance where his explosions lost some of their edge. It was a strategy that had worked for them for years, the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object, either able to claim definitive victory. But today felt different. Kaken was pushing harder than usual, his attacks coming faster, his explosions larger. Izuku could feel the heat radiating from him, could smell the nitroglycerin building in the air, and something about it made his instincts scream that this wasn't just training. "You're holding back," Kaken snarled, closing in again. His palm came up, aimed at Izuku's face, and the explosion that followed was bright enough to leave after images in Izuku's vision. He barely dodged it. The heat singed his hair, and the force of it sent him stumbling. His back hit the chain-link fence, and the metal rattled against his weight. "I'm not holding back," Izuku said, pushing off the fence and creating distance with a pulse of energy that sent him skidding across the concrete. "You're the one who's overcompensating." Kaken froze. For a moment, the only sound was the crackle of his palms and the distant hum of traffic beyond the plant. "Overcompensating," he repeated, and there was something dangerous in his voice. Izuku knew he should stop. Knew that pushing Kaken when he was already on edge was like throwing fuel on a fire. But the past 2 years had taught him something about this rivalry, that sometimes the only way through was forward. "You heard me." Izuku planted his feet, his quirk flaring brighter now, the green light casting strange shadows across the ruined lot. "You're scared. Not of the exam, of what happens after. Of what happens when we're not just 2 kids training in an abandoned lot anymore." Kaken's hands dropped to his sides. The explosion stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. "You think I'm scared of you?" His voice was low, almost a whisper. "I think you're scared of being left behind." The words hung in the air between them. Izuku watched them land, watched. The way Kaken's expression shifted through a series of emotions too fast to name: anger, denial, something that might have been hurt, before settling into something cold and hard. "You don't know anything," Kaken said. "I know you've been training at night. I know you've been pushing yourself past your limits. I know you haven't slept more than 5 hours a night for the past 2 weeks. Izuku's voice was calm, but there was something beneath it, something that might have been concern, or worry, or the particular frustration of watching someone he cared about tear themselves apart. "I know you, Kaken. Better than anyone. And I know when you're running from something." Kaken's hands clenched at his sides. The familiar crackle started again, faint but growing, and for a moment, Izuku thought he'd pushed too far. But then Kaken's shoulders dropped. The crackle faded. And when he looked up, there was something in his eyes that Izuku had never seen before. Vulnerability. "My old man's been talking to you, eh?" Kaken said. The words came out rough, like they were being dragged from somewhere deep. "He's got connections. People he went to school with. He's been arranging things." Izuku's stomach tightened. "What kind of things?" "The kind that make sure I get in. Even if I fail the exam." Kaken's voice was flat, empty in a way that was worse than anger. "He says it's about networking. About building relationships. About making sure I don't get overlooked by people who don't understand what I'm capable of." He looked at his hands, the hands that had produced explosions since before he could form sentences, the hands that had trained for years to become weapons worthy of the hero he wanted to be. "He thinks I need help. Thinks I can't do it on my own." Izuku stared at him. In all the years he'd known Kaken, through all the competitions and arguments and hard-won respect, he'd never once heard him sound like this. Like someone who had been told quietly and kindly and with all the best intentions, that he wasn't enough. "That's not true," Izuku said. "You know that's not true." "Do I?" Kaken's head snapped up, and there was something wild in his eyes. "You've been getting better. Faster. Your control's insane now. You can shape that light into anything, can use it for defense and offense and everything in between. And me? I've got explosions. Loud, flashy, one-dimensional explosions." He laughed, and there was nothing happy in the sound. "You know what the hero forums say about me? The ones where people analyze quirk potential for the EA exam? They say I'm powerful but limited. That my quirk has a ceiling. That I'll peak early and then spend the rest of my career watching everyone else catch up and pass me." His hands came up, and this time the explosions weren't controlled. They were ragged, uneven, the kind of uncontrolled bursts that he hadn't produced since he was 6 years old. Meanwhile he stopped. Swallowed. They call you the wild card. The one with the quirk that doesn't fit any category. The one who could be anything. The one who could be everything. The green light around Izuku's hands flickered and died. He let it go, let his quirk settle back into the quiet hum that lived in his chest, because suddenly this wasn't about training anymore. This wasn't about the entrance exam or UA or who was stronger. This was about the boy who had been his rival for as long as he could remember, standing in the middle of an abandoned lot, looking at him like he was the embodiment of every fear he'd never let himself voice. You think I want this? Izuku said quietly. You think I want to be the one who might be everything? Kaken's hand stilled. What? Every day, I wake up and I don't know what my quirk is going to do. The specialists, the trainers, the people who are supposed to understand these things, they all say the same thing. It's still developing. We've never seen anything like it. Give it time. Izuku's voice was steady, but there was something underneath it, something that had been building for years. You know what that means? It means I can't plan. I can't strategize. I can't build a fighting style around a power that might change tomorrow, or next week, or in the middle of a fight when I need it to do something it's never done before. He walked toward Kaken, and for once, the other boy didn't back away. You've known what you were since you were 4 years old. You've had a decade to build yourself into the hero you want to be. You've got explosions that can level buildings, control that would make pro heroes jealous, and a drive that I've never seen in anyone else. He stopped a foot away, close enough to see the way Kaken's chest was heaving, the way his hands were trembling. And you're telling me you're afraid of being left behind? Kaken's jaw worked. I'm not. Yes, you are. Izuku's voice cracked, and he let it. Let Kaken see that this mattered, that he mattered, in a way that went beyond competition or rivalry or any of the words they'd used to define themselves over the years. You're afraid, and you're tired, and you're pushing yourself so hard you're going to break. And I'm standing here watching it happen, and I don't know how to stop it. The silence stretched between them. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of smoke and autumn leaves, and somewhere in the distance, a train rumbled past, its sound fading into the gray afternoon. You think I'm going to break? Kaken's voice was rough. I think you're human, Izuku said. I think you've spent 10 years trying to prove that being human doesn't matter, that all that matters is being the strongest. And I think somewhere along the way, you forgot that even the strongest needs something besides strength. He reached out and put his hand on Kaken's shoulder. The other boy flinched, a muscle memory, the instinct to pull away from anything that might be a threat, but he didn't move. He stood there, stiff and trembling, and let Izuku's hand rest against his jacket. You're not going to be left behind, Izuku said. You're not going to peak early. You're not going to watch everyone else catch up and pass you. Do you know why? Kaken's throat worked. Why? Because you're Katsuki Bakugo. Because you've never let anyone tell you what you can't do. Because when you want something, you go after it with everything you have, and you don't stop until it's yours. Izuku's grip tightened on his shoulder. Because you're the one who taught me that having power isn't enough. You have to earn it. Every day. Every fight. Every moment. And you've been earning it since before I even had a quirk to call my own. He let his hand fall. Stepped back. Gave Kaken the space he knew the other boy needed. I'm not going to be the number one hero, Izuku said. We're going to be the number one heroes. Both of us. Together. That's what we said, remember? That's what we promised. Kaken stared at him. His eyes were red-rimmed, from the smoke, probably, or the wind, or maybe something else that neither of them would acknowledge. You're such a nerd, he said finally. His voice was hoarse. I know. You and your speeches. You think you can fix everything with words. I'm trying to fix this. Kaken's laugh was short and sharp, but there was something in it that hadn't been there before. Something that might have been relief. Fine, he said. You want to fix it? Then train with me. Really train. Not the half-assed sparring we've been doing. I want you to push me. I want you to make me better. And I'm going to do the same for you. He held out his hand, the same gesture Izuku had made years ago, in this same lot, when they'd first started to figure out what they were to each other. No more holding back, Kaken said. No more worrying about what the specialists say or what the forums think. Just you and me, pushing each other until there's no one in the world who can touch us. Izuku looked at the offered hand. Then he looked at Kaken's face, at the set of his jaw, the fire in his eyes, the stubborn, impossible pride that had carried him through everything life had thrown at him. He took the hand. Kaken's grip was fierce, his palm warm from the explosions that still simmered beneath his skin. Together, Izuku said. Together, Kaken agreed. The training that followed was unlike anything they'd done before. Kaken kept his word. He stopped holding back, stopped pulling his explosions, stopped compensating for the gaps in Izuku's defenses, stopped treating their sparring matches like something that needed to be won cleanly. He fought like he was fighting for his life, and Izuku was forced to do the same. The first week was brutal. Izuku went home every night with burns on his arms and legs, with bruises that bloomed purple and black across his ribs, with exhaustion so deep it felt like drowning. His mother stopped asking what happened and started keeping the first aid kit on the kitchen counter, ready for when he stumbled through the door. "You're going to kill each other," she said one night, dabbing antiseptic on a cut above his eye. "No, we're not," Izuku said. And then, because he couldn't explain what was happening between them, couldn't put into words the way Kaken had looked at him in the training lot, the way something had shifted and settled into place, he said, "We're making each other stronger." Inko looked at him for a long moment. Then she sighed, kissed his forehead, and went back to bandaging his wounds. But the second week was easier. The third week easier still. By the fourth week, Izuku was dodging explosions that would have hit him blind a month ago, was countering attacks that had once seemed impossible to predict, was pushing back against Kaken's relentless offense with defenses that grew stronger every day. And Kaken was changing too. His explosions were sharper now, less wasteful, more focused. He'd stopped relying on brute force and started using his blasts with the precision of a surgeon, creating concussive bursts that destabilized Izuku's footing without sending him flying, using small explosions to redirect his momentum in midair, turning the very force of his quirk into a tool for mobility and control. "You're getting faster," Kaken said one afternoon, after a spar that had left them both gasping for breath. They were sitting on the edge of the cracked concrete, their legs dangling over the side, their shadows long in the late afternoon light. "So are you," Kaken snorted. "I've always been fast. You're the one who used to move like a tank." "I did not move like a tank. You moved like a tank. Slow. Heavy. You were so focused on controlling your quirk that you forgot your body had to move too." Izuku couldn't argue with that. It had been true once. He'd spent so many years learning to shape his energy, to moderate its output, to use it with precision and care, that he neglected the fundamentals of physical combat. Kaken had changed that. Under his relentless pressure, Izuku had been forced to learn to move, to dodge, to weave, to use his quirk not as a shield or a weapon but as an extension of his body, as natural and instinctive as breathing. "It's not just speed," Izuku said. "Your explosions. They're different now. Smaller, but more effective. You're not wasting energy." Kaken looked at his hands. The palms were calloused, scarred from years of use, but they were steady now in a way they hadn't been when they were younger. "I used to think power was about how much I could put out. The bigger the explosion, the stronger I was." He flexed his fingers, and a small spark jumped between them. "But you were right. It's about control. It's always been about control." He looked at Izuku, and there was something in his expression that hadn't been there before. Something that might have been respect, or understanding, or the slow dawning realization that they were becoming something neither of them had anticipated. "You're still holding back," Kaken said. Izuku stiffened. "I'm not. You are. I've been watching you for years. I know when you're at full power, and you haven't shown me full power since we started this. Kaken's voice was flat, but there was no accusation in it. Just a statement of fact. Why? Izuku was quiet for a long moment. The wind had picked up, carrying the first chill of approaching winter, and he pulled his jacket tighter around his shoulders. Because I don't know what it is anymore, he admitted. Kaken's brow furrowed. What do you mean? My quirk. Izuku held up his hand, and the green light flickered to life in his palm, bright, steady, controlled. When it first manifested, I thought it was energy projection. Then I thought it was kinetic manipulation. Then the specialists started finding other things, ways it interacted with my body, ways it responded to my emotions, ways it changed depending on what I needed it to do. He let the light fade. Every time I think I understand it, it does something new. Something I didn't expect. Something I didn't train for. He looked at Kaken. I'm not holding back because I'm trying to hide something. I'm holding back because I'm scared of what happens if I don't. Kaken stared at him. For a moment, Izuku thought he'd said too much, revealed too much of the uncertainty that lived beneath his confidence. But then Kaken's expression shifted, and he laughed, a short, sharp sound that was more surprise than humor. You're an idiot, Kaken said. What? An idiot. Kaken stood, brushing off his pants, and looked down at Izuku with an expression that was almost fond. You've got a quirk that could be anything. A quirk that grows and changes and does things no one's ever seen before. And you're scared of it? He held out his hand. You want to know what your quirk can do? Then use it. All of it. Stop holding back and show me what you're really capable of. And if it does something you don't expect. His grin was sharp, fierce, the grin of a boy who had never backed down from anything in his life. Then we deal with it. Together. That's what we said, isn't it? Izuku looked at the offered hand. He thought about the years they'd spent circling each other, testing each other, pushing each other. He thought about the alley when he was 6, and the way Kaken had looked at him afterward like he was seeing someone new. He thought about the promise they'd made, to stand beside each other, to be the heroes who changed things. He took the hand. Together, he said. Kaken pulled him to his feet. Now stop being a coward and fight me. The explosion that followed was unlike anything they'd produced before. Izuku let his quirk rise, not in the measured, controlled pulses he'd been using for years, but in a wave that came from somewhere deeper. The green light that erupted from him was blinding, washing over the training lot in a tide of emerald fire that cracked the concrete beneath his feet and sent the rusted storage containers skidding across the ground. Kaken's response was instantaneous. His palms came up, and the explosions that ripped from them were massive, not the controlled bursts he'd been practicing, but something raw and primal that turned the air between them into a wall of sound and heat. They met in the center of the lot, light and fire, control and chaos, and the shockwave of their collision shattered what was left of the windows in the abandoned plant. Izuku felt his power surging, felt it reaching for something he couldn't name, couldn't control. For a moment, he was afraid of what he was becoming, of what he might do, of the line he was crossing that he might not be able to uncross. And then Kaken was there, close enough to touch, his eyes blazing with something that wasn't anger and wasn't competition. There. You are, Kaken said, and he was grinning. There's the Deku I've been waiting to fight. The words hit something in Izuku's chest. Not his quirk, something older, something that had been there long before the green light, long before the power that specialists couldn't categorize. Something that had been waiting for this moment, for someone to look at him and see not the potential or the danger or the wild card, but him. He stopped fighting. Stopped trying to control. Stopped being afraid. And for the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya let himself be everything he was meant to be. The light that erupted from him wasn't green. It was every color, a spectrum that shouldn't exist, a brightness that made the world seem pale and small. It lifted him off the ground, wrapped around him like armor, and for one perfect moment he understood. His quirk wasn't energy projection. It wasn't kinetic manipulation. It wasn't any of the categories the specialists had tried to force it into. It was potential. Pure, limitless potential. The ability to become whatever he needed to be, whenever he needed to be it. And in that moment, what he needed was to be strong enough to stand beside Katsuki Bakugo, as an equal. He brought his hands together, and the light coalesced, shaping itself into something that had never existed before. A technique born of this moment, of this fight, of everything they had built together. He released it. Kaken met it head-on, both palms extended, every ounce of his power channeled into a single blast that turned the air between them into plasma. The collision was silent. For one heartbeat, 2, 3, the world held its breath. Then the shockwave hit, and everything went white. When Izuku opened his eyes, he was lying on his back, staring up at a sky that had turned the color of bruised plums. The sun had set while they were fighting. Hours had passed, maybe, or minutes. He couldn't tell. His whole body ached. His quirk had retreated back into his chest, settling into its familiar hum, but there was something different about it now. Something that felt like understanding. Like a door that had been closed his whole life had finally been opened. "You alive?" Kaken's voice came from somewhere to his left. Izuku turned his head, slowly, because everything hurt, and saw the other boy lying a few feet away, staring up at the same sky. His jacket was torn, his face was smeared with dirt and sweat, and there was a cut on his forehead that was bleeding sluggishly down his cheek. But he was smiling. Not the sharp grin he wore when he was winning, not the fierce expression he wore when he was fighting. Something softer. Something that looked almost like peace. "I think so," Izuku said. His voice came out as a croak. "That was..." Kaken paused, searching for the word. "Something. Yeah." They lay there in silence for a while, watching the first stars appear. The training lot was destroyed. The concrete cracked into a spiderweb of fissures, the storage containers overturned, the fence flattened. It would take weeks for the city to clean up. Months, maybe? Either of them cared. "We're going to get into UA," Kaken said finally. It wasn't a question. "We're going to get into UA," Izuku agreed. "And we're going to be the best heroes who ever lived. The best heroes who ever lived." Kaken turned his head to look at Izuku. In the fading light, his eyes were almost warm. "And we're going to do it together." Izuku smiled. It was the kind of smile that didn't need words, that carried everything he'd been trying to say for the past 8 years. "Together," he said. And somewhere in the distance, a train rumbled past, carrying its cargo toward a future that was waiting for them both. Chapter 5: Dreaming of Heroism Together. The first snow of winter fell on the morning Izuku turned 14. He woke to a room painted white with reflected light, the familiar shapes of his desk and bookshelf transformed into soft-edged monuments in the early dawn. For a moment, he lay still, listening to the quiet of the apartment, his mother's breathing from the room down the hall, the distant sigh of traffic on the main road, the whisper of wind against his window. Then he pushed back the covers and swung his legs over the side of the bed, his feet finding the floor with the practiced ease of someone who had done this thousands of times before. His notebooks were stacked on his desk in 3 neat rows, 47 of them now, spanning 8 years of observations, theories, and dreams. The newest one sat on top, its cover still blank, waiting for the words he would fill it with today. He picked it up, ran his fingers over the smooth surface, and thought about all the notebooks that had come before. The first one, the one he'd started the day his quirk manifested, was somewhere in the bottom drawer of his dresser, its pages worn soft with use, its spine cracked from being opened so many times. He'd been 4 years old when he wrote the first entry, his handwriting still clumsy, his thoughts still finding their shape. Day 1. My quirk manifested today. I don't know what to call it yet. I don't know what it can do. But it came when someone needed help, and it protected her. He could still remember writing those words. Could still remember the way his hands had trembled, the way his chest had hummed with power he didn't understand, the way the world had seemed to open up in front of him like a door he'd finally been allowed to walk through. Now, 10 years later, he still didn't know what to call it. The specialists had given up trying to categorize it 3 years ago, throwing up their hands and declaring that his quirk was anomalous and outside standard classification parameters. His mother had been worried at first. What did it mean that her son's quirk didn't fit any known category? But Izuku had stopped worrying long ago. The quirk was what it was. A part of him, as natural as his heartbeat, as familiar as his own name. He didn't need to name it to understand it. He sat down at his desk and opened the new notebook to the first page. For a long moment, he just looked at the blank paper, his pencil hovering above it, waiting. Then he began to write. *Age 14. Quirk status, still developing, but stable. Current capabilities, energy projection, kinetic manipulation, limited flight, defensive shielding, enhanced physical reinforcement. Estimated output unknown. Control level, high, but variable based on emotional state. *. He paused, tapping the pencil against his chin. The facts were easy. The facts were just measurements, numbers, data points he'd been collecting for years. What he wanted to capture today was something else. Something that had been building in him since the day he and Kaken had destroyed the training lot with a power either of them had known they possessed. *. I think I finally understand what my quirk is. It's not one thing. It's not even a set of things. It's potential, the ability to become what I need to be, when I need to be it. The specialist said it was anomalous, but maybe that's the point. Maybe it's not supposed to fit into a category. Maybe it's supposed to be whatever I make it. *. He wrote for another hour, filling page after page with observations and theories, diagrams of techniques he was developing, strategies for applying his power in ways he hadn't considered before. The light outside his window shifted from pale dawn to bright morning, and somewhere in the apartment, he heard his mother moving around in the kitchen, the familiar sounds of breakfast being prepared. He was so focused on his writing that he almost missed the knock at his door. *Izuku? Inko's voice was soft, tentative, the voice of a mother who had learned over the years to give her son space when he was in his notebooks. *Breakfast is ready. And there's something else. He set down his pencil and turned. *Something else? She smiled, and there was something in her expression that he couldn't quite read. Excitement, maybe? Or nervousness. *Why don't you come see? He followed her into the living room, and stopped. There was a package on the coffee table. It was large, too large to have come through the mail slot, wrapped in plain brown paper with a single piece of white cardstock taped to the top. On the cardstock, written in handwriting that made Izuku's heart stop, were 3 words. For Izuku Midoriya. Below the words, in smaller print, * open before your entrance exam. Not before. Trust me, *. He knew that handwriting. He'd been seeing it for years, in the margins of training notes, in the corrections Kaken made to his sparring journals, in the single birthday card that arrived every year without fail. It came this morning, Inko said, her voice carefully neutral. A courier dropped it off. He said the sender wanted to make sure you got it today. Izuku walked to the coffee table and picked up the cardstock. The paper was warm from being handled, the ink slightly smudged in one corner, evidence of someone who had written the words quickly, perhaps more than once, before settling on the final version. * open before your entrance exam. Not before, *. The entrance exam was 8 months away. 8 months of training, of preparation, of waiting. And Kaken, who had never given him anything that didn't have an edge of competition to it, had sent him a package with instructions not to open it until the moment that would determine everything they'd worked for. What is it? Inko asked. Izuku shook his head. I don't know. He didn't open it. He carried it to his room and placed it on his desk, next to the new notebook, and he looked at it for a long time before he finally picked up his pencil again and continued writing. But something had changed. The words came slower now, weighted with a future that was closer than it had been this morning. 8 months. 240 days. 5,760 hours. It seemed like a long time. It seemed like no time at all. The snow melted. The winter passed. And Izuku trained. Every morning he ran. Not the casual jogging he'd done as a child, but something harder, something that pushed his lungs to their limit and his legs to the edge of collapse. He ran along the river path, past the old water treatment plant, through the industrial district where the buildings were abandoned and the streets were empty at dawn. He ran until his muscles screamed and his vision blurred, and then he ran a little further. Every afternoon, he trained with Kaken. Their sessions had changed since that day in the lot, become something more than sparring, more than competition. They'd build drills together, designed exercises that pushed both of them to their limits, analyzed each other's techniques with a critical eye that had grown sharper over the years. Kaken still pushed him, still demanded more than Izuku thought he could give, but there was something different in the way he did it now. Something that felt like partnership. "You're over-rotating on your left side," Kaken said one afternoon, watching Izuku run through a series of defensive maneuvers. They were in a new training space, an old warehouse on the edge of the industrial district that someone had converted into a makeshift gym. The walls were scarred with blast marks, the floor patched in a dozen places where their training had gotten out of hand, but it was theirs. A place they'd built together. Izuku stopped, breathing hard, and looked at his left hand. "I'm compensating for the shield instability. When I project the barrier at high speed, the left edge always flickers. Then fix it. I'm trying. The energy flow isn't consistent. It's like the power wants to move in a certain pattern, and when I try to force it into a different shape, it resists." Kaken crossed his arms, studying Izuku with a particular intensity. He reserved for technical problems. "So don't force it. Work with it. If the power wants to move a certain way, figure out why. Use it instead of fighting it." Izuku blinked. That was not the advice he'd expected. Kaken was many things, brilliant, driven, relentless, but subtle had never been his strong suit. Yet here he was, talking about working with energy patterns instead of forcing them, about understanding why his quirk did what it did instead of just trying to control it. "When did you get smart?" Izuku asked. Kaken's ears went red. "I've always been smart. You're just too busy being a nerd to notice. I'm serious. That was good advice. Really good. I don't need you to validate my advice. Just fix your shield." Izuku smiled and raised his hand, calling the green light into his palm. This time, instead of forcing it into the shape he'd been trying to create, he let it flow naturally, watching the way it moved, the patterns it wanted to form. The light spiraled outward, following paths that felt instinctive, and when it settled, the barrier that surrounded him was different. Not the rigid shield he'd been trying to create, but something fluid, something that moved with him instead of against him. He tested it with a small pulse of energy, and the barrier rippled, absorbing the force and distributing it across its surface instead of cracking under pressure. "That's," he breathed. "Better," Kaken finished. He was watching the barrier with sharp eyes, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Told you. Stop fighting your own power and it'll stop fighting you." Izuku let the barrier fade and turned to Kaken with something that felt like gratitude. "How did you know? About the energy patterns?" Kaken shrugged, but there was something almost self-conscious in the gesture. "I've been watching your quirk for 8 years. I know how it moves. I know what it wants to do. I probably know it better than you do, at this point." The words hit Izuku harder than he expected. 8 years of watching. 8 years of paying attention, of noticing the small things, of understanding something about him that even the specialists had missed. Kaken had been there for all of it, every breakthrough, every failure, every moment when Izuku thought he'd finally figured out what he was capable of, only to discover there was more. "You really have been watching," Izuku said quietly. Kaken's expression flickered. "Don't make it weird." "I'm not making it weird. I'm just—" He stopped, searching for the words. "Thank you? For all of it." Kaken was quiet for a long moment. Then he turned away, reaching for his water bottle, his movements deliberately casual. "Just don't expect me to go easy on you in the exam. When we get there, it's every hero for themselves. We're not going to be competing against each other in the exam. We're going to be competing against everyone else. Same thing. I'm going to score higher than you. You always say that. Because it's always true." Izuku laughed, and the tension that had been building between them dissolved into something familiar. They were still rivals. They would always be rivals. But somewhere along the way, the rivalry had become something more. Something that didn't need to be defined or explained. Something that just was. The spring came, and with it, the last months before the exam. Izuku spent those months doing what he'd always done, learning, growing, pushing. But there was something different about this training, something that went beyond the physical. He'd spent years building his body, honing his quirk, developing techniques that would make him a formidable hero. But somewhere along the way, he'd realized that being a hero wasn't just about strength. It was about understanding. About seeing the world clearly enough to know what needed to be protected, and how to protect it. He started spending more time in the city. Not training, not analyzing, just watching. He watched the heroes who patrolled his neighborhood, noting how they interacted with the people they protected, the way they balanced their duties with the human needs of those they served. He watched the civilians, too, the way they moved through their days, the small moments of kindness and cruelty that defined a community, the invisible threads that held everything together. He started volunteering at the local community center, helping with the after-school program for kids whose quirks had manifested late or unpredictably. He'd been one of those kids once, and he remembered what it felt like to be different, to be waiting for something that everyone else already had. He taught them what he'd learned, that power wasn't about being the strongest or the flashiest, but about understanding what you had and using it with intention. "You're good at this," the center's director told him one afternoon, watching him help a small boy with a quirk that made objects around him hum at frequencies no one else could hear. "The kids trust you. They listen to you." "I remember what it was like," Izuku said, and that was all the explanation he gave. It was on one of those afternoons, sitting in the center's small garden with a group of children clustered around him, that he saw something that changed the way he thought about his future. A girl, maybe 7, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that looked too old for her face, was drawing in the dirt with a stick. She'd been quiet all afternoon, sitting apart from the other children, watching the world with the careful attention of someone who had learned to be invisible. "What are you drawing?" Izuku asked, settling beside her. She didn't look up. "Heroes." He looked at the picture. It was rough, the lines uneven, but the shapes were unmistakable. A figure in the center, arms outstretched, surrounded by smaller figures. Light radiating outward in lines that were meant to be protective, maybe, or hopeful. "That's a good drawing," he said. "Who's the hero?" "You," she said. The word stopped his breath. "Me? You're going to be a hero." She finally looked up, and her eyes were green, like his, but darker. "Older. You're going to save people. A lot of people. More than anyone else." He didn't know what to say. The certainty in her voice was absolute, unshakable, the kind of certainty that came from somewhere deeper than knowledge. "How do you know?" he asked. She shrugged, and the moment passed. She went back to drawing, her stick tracing lines in the dirt, and Izuku sat beside her, watching the picture take shape. When she finished, she stood and walked away without looking back, leaving the drawing in the dirt for the rain to wash away. But Izuku carried it with him. The image of himself, arms outstretched, surrounded by people he was protecting. The image of the hero he was becoming, not through power or training or any of the things he'd spent years cultivating, but through something simpler. Something that had always been there. The desire to help. The need to protect. The choice, made over and over again, to stand up when he could have walked away. The weeks before the exam were a blur of training and preparation. Kaken pushed harder than ever, their sparring sessions extending into the evening, sometimes into the night. Izuku's control sharpened, his techniques refined, his understanding of his own power deepening in ways he hadn't thought possible. But it wasn't just the physical training that occupied his mind. In the quiet moments, in the early mornings before his run, in the late nights after training, in the spaces between one breath and the next, he found himself thinking about the package on his desk. The one Kakin had sent on his birthday, with its instructions not to open it until before the exam. Asterisk open before your entrance exam. Not before. Trust me. Asterisk. He trusted Kakin. That was the strange thing, the thing that would have seemed impossible. To the 4-year-old who had watched Kakin from across the playground, who had flinched at the sound of his laughter. Somewhere along the way, trust had grown between them, as natural and unshakable as the rivalry that had birthed it. But what could be in the package that needed to wait? What had Kakin been planning, all these months, that he hadn't said a word about? The question followed him through his training, through his runs, through his days at the community center. It was there when he closed his eyes at night, and there when he opened them in the morning. A mystery he couldn't solve, a future he couldn't predict. And then, 3 days before the exam, Kakin spoke. They were in the warehouse, running through their final drills. The session had been intense, harder than any they'd done before, and they were both breathing hard, leaning against opposite walls, letting the sweat cool on their skin. You opened it yet? Kakin asked. His voice was casual, but Izuku had known him long enough to hear the tension underneath. Not yet. You said before the exam? It's not the exam yet. Kakin snorted. Rules are rules with you, aren't they? Someone has to follow them. And someone has to break them. Kakin pushed off from the wall, walking toward the center of the warehouse. His movements were loose, relaxed, but Izuku could see the way his hands were flexing, the way his shoulders were set. You're going to be something, Deku. More than me. More than anyone. Izuku straightened. Kakin. Let me finish. Kakin's voice was sharp, cutting off whatever Izuku had been about to say. I've been thinking about this. About what happens after the exam. About what happens when we get to UA. And I know what I want. He turned to face Izuku, and in the dim light of the warehouse, his eyes were almost gold. I want to be the best. The #1 hero. The one everyone looks up to. I've wanted that since I was old enough to know what a hero was. He took a step closer. But I don't want to be the best because everyone else is worse than me. I want to be the best because I earned it. Because I fought for it. Because I proved, every single day, that I deserved to be at the top. He stopped a few feet away, close enough that Izuku could see the way his chest was rising and falling, the way his hands were trembling slightly at his sides. And I can't do that if you're not there, pushing me. Making me better. Showing me what I need to become. His voice dropped, almost a whisper. You're the only one who's ever done that. The only one who's ever made me want to be more than I am. The silence stretched between them. Izuku could hear his own heartbeat, loud in his ears, could feel the familiar hum of his quirk responding to something he couldn't name. Kakin, he said, and his voice came out rougher than he intended. I don't know what to. You don't have to say anything. Kakin stepped back, the moment breaking, his expression shuddering into something more familiar. Just open the package. Tomorrow. Before the exam. That's all I'm asking. He walked toward the warehouse door, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. At the threshold, he paused. And Deku? He didn't turn around. Whatever happens in that exam, whatever scores we get, whatever anyone says afterward, we're doing this together. That's what we said. That's what I'm holding you to. He was gone before Izuku could respond, the doors swinging shut behind him with a sound that seemed to echo in the quiet of the warehouse. Izuku stood alone in the center of the room, his heart still pounding, his mind still racing. He thought about the package on his desk, about the months he'd spent not opening it, about the trust that had grown between them over 8 years of rivalry and respect. He thought about Kakin's voice, rough with something that might have been fear or hope or something that didn't have a name. About the words he'd said, *, you're the only One who's ever made me want to be more than I am. Asterisk. And he thought about the girl in the garden, drawing heroes in the dirt, and the certainty in her voice when she said, asterisk, you're going to save people. More than anyone else. Asterisk. He opened the package the next morning. The sun was just rising, painting his room in shades of pink and gold, and he sat at his desk with the brown paper in his lap and his heart in his throat. He'd waited 8 months for this moment. 8 months of wondering, of imagining, of building it up into something that no physical object could possibly match. He tore the paper open carefully, preserving the cardstock with its familiar handwriting, and found a box beneath. Plain cardboard, no markings, the kind you could buy anywhere. He lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of tissue paper, were 2 things. The first was a notebook. Not like his notebooks. This one was smaller, bound in black leather, with a single word embossed on the cover in silver letters, together. He opened it, and there, on the first page, was Kakin's handwriting. Messy, aggressive, unmistakable. Asterisk, I've been watching you fill notebooks since we were 4 years old. You write down everything, quirks, strategies, weaknesses, strengths. You write down other people's dreams. But you never write down your own. Asterisk. Asterisk, this one is for that. For the hero you're going to be. Not the one the specialists want you to be, or the one the forums talk about, or the one you think you should be. The one you actually want to be. Asterisk. Asterisk, write it down. Make it real. And when you forget what you're fighting for, because you will, everyone does, open this notebook and remember. Asterisk. The second thing in the box was a photograph. It was old, the colors faded, the edges soft with handling. It showed 2 boys, maybe 6 years old, standing in a playground. One had spiky blonde hair and a scowl that was already becoming familiar. The other had green curls and wide eyes and a smile that was just beginning to find its shape. They were standing side by side, shoulders almost touching, and in the background, the monkey bars gleamed in the afternoon sun. On the back of the photograph, in the same messy handwriting. The day you stopped being Deku and started being someone I needed to beat. Izuku sat at his desk, the notebook in one hand and the photograph in the other, and felt something crack open in his chest. Something that had been building for 8 years, through every fight and every conversation, through every moment of competition and every unexpected moment of understanding. He didn't cry. He was past crying, or maybe not there yet, or maybe somewhere in between. He just sat in the morning light, holding the things Kakin had given him, and let the weight of them settle into his bones. Then he opened the notebook to the first page, picked up his pencil, and began to write. Asterisk, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I am 14 years old. I have a quirk that no one can categorize, a rival who just gave me a notebook to write down my own dreams, and an entrance exam in 2 days that will determine everything I've been working toward. Asterisk. Asterisk, this is what I want. Asterisk. Asterisk, I want to be a hero who saves everyone. Not the strongest, not the most famous, not the one who stands alone at the top. The one who is there when people need someone to be there. The one who makes sure no one has to face the darkness alone. Asterisk. I want to be the hero who stands beside Katsuki Bakugo, as his equal, as his partner, as someone who pushes him to be better and is pushed in return. I want to be the hero who proves that power isn't about what you're given, it's about what you build with what you have. Asterisk, I want to be a symbol. Not of fear, not of strength, but of hope. The kind of hope that says, you are not alone. The kind of hope that says, someone is coming. The kind of hope that says, it's going to be okay. Asterisk. He paused, looking at the words on the page. They were big words, too big for a 14-year-old. Who hadn't even taken his entrance exam yet. But they were his words. His dreams. The things he'd been carrying in his chest for as long as he could remember. He wrote one more line, the words coming easily now, the way they always did when he was writing something that mattered. And I'm going to start tomorrow, by showing Yui High School exactly what I'm capable of. He closed the notebook and set it on his desk, next to the photograph. Then he stood, stretched, and walked to his window. The sun was fully up now, the city spread out below him in shades of gray and gold. Somewhere out there, Kakin was probably training, pushing himself harder than ever, preparing for the exam that would change everything. Somewhere out there, the future was waiting, bright and uncertain and terrifying. But for the first time, Izuku didn't feel afraid. He felt ready. He placed his hand on the window, feeling the cool glass beneath his fingers, and let his quirk rise. Green light flickered in his palm, soft and warm, the power that had been with him since he was 4 years old, the power that still surprised him every day. Tomorrow, he would take the UA entrance exam. Tomorrow, he would stand in a room full of the most promising young heroes in the country, and he would prove that he belonged there. But today, he was just Izuku Midoriya. 14 years old. A notebook full of dreams. A rival who had become something more. And a future that was finally beginning to take shape. He smiled, pulled on his running shoes, and headed out the door. There was training to do. There was always training to do. But for the first time in a long time, it didn't feel like a burden. It felt like a gift. The morning air was cool against his face as he started his run, his feet finding the familiar rhythm, his breath falling into the familiar pattern. The river path stretched out before him, empty at this hour, and he let his mind wander where it would. He thought about the package, about the notebook and the photograph, about the words Kakin had written on the back. The day you stopped being Deku and started being someone I needed to beat. He thought about all the days that had come after that day, the training, the fights, the moments of understanding that had built something between them that neither of them had words for. He thought about the future they were going to build, together, starting tomorrow. And somewhere in the middle of his run, as the sun climbed higher and the city woke around him, Izuku Midoriya made a promise to himself. Not about the exam, not about UA, not about any of the things he'd been working toward for as long as he could remember. A simpler promise. A truer promise. He was going to be the hero he'd always wanted to be. Not because of his quirk. Not because of his training. Not because of anything anyone had given him, or told him, or expected of him. Because of who he was. Because of who he had always been. Because of the boy who had walked into an alley when he was 6 years old, who had filled 47 notebooks with other people's dreams, who had spent 10 years becoming someone worth becoming. He was going to be a hero. And tomorrow, he was going to prove it. Chapter 6: The Encounter That Changes Perspective. The streets of Takoba Municipal Beach District had a particular smell at dawn: salt, rust, and something faintly sweet that Izuku had never been able to identify. He'd been coming here for 3 weeks now, drawn by something he couldn't explain, a restlessness that had settled into his bones in the days since the entrance exam. The exam was over. He'd given it everything he had, pushed himself further than he'd ever pushed before, and now there was nothing left to do but wait. Waiting had never been his strong suit. He walked along the shoreline, his shoes crunching on the sand and debris that littered the beach. Takoba had been abandoned for years, a casualty of the shifting economics of a quirk-driven world, its storefronts boarded up, its parking lots cracked and overgrown. The city had talked about redeveloping it for as long as Izuku could remember, but nothing had ever come of the proposals. So the beach sat, forgotten, accumulating the detritus of a city that had moved on without it. Izuku found himself here almost every morning now, running the length of the beach, clearing small sections of trash when the mood struck him. It wasn't training, not really. It was something quieter. Something that let him think. The results would come any day. He knew that. Kakin knew that. They'd spent the past week in a state of suspended animation, either of them willing to acknowledge the tension that had coiled between them. Their training sessions had become shorter, more mechanical, not because either of them was slacking, but because there was nothing left to train for. Not until they knew. Izuku stopped at the far end of the beach, where a rusted refrigerator jutted from the sand like the skeleton of some ancient beast. He leaned against it, catching his breath, and let his eyes wander over the horizon. The sun was fully up now, painting the water in shades of orange and pink, and for a moment, the ruined beach looked almost beautiful. That was when he heard the crash. It came from somewhere inland, beyond the seawall, a sound like metal being torn apart by forces it was never meant to withstand. Izuku's head snapped toward the noise, his body tensing, his quirk stirring in his chest. He'd been a hero aspirant long enough to recognize the sound of trouble. He was moving before he made a conscious decision to move, scrambling over the seawall, his feet finding purchase on the crumbling concrete. The sound had come from the old industrial district, the maze of warehouses and storage facilities that bordered the beach. He knew that area. He'd trained there with Kaken, knew its layout, its blind spots, its escape routes. He crested the seawall and dropped into the alley beyond, his quirk flaring just enough to cushion his landing. The alley was empty, but ahead, he could hear voices, shouting, the clang of metal, the distinctive crackle of a quirk being used in ways it wasn't meant to be used. He moved forward, keeping to the shadows, his footsteps silent on the cracked pavement. The voices grew louder as he approached the end of the alley, and when he reached the corner, he pressed himself against the wall and risked a glance around. The scene that greeted him stopped his breath. A figure stood in the center of the intersection ahead, tall, broad, unmistakable even in silhouette. Yellow hair that defied gravity, a costume of red and white and blue that had become synonymous with hope itself, a presence that seemed to bend the light around it. All Might. The symbol of peace. The #1 hero. The man whose smile had launched 1,000 dreams, including Izuku's own. He was fighting something. Or someone. It was hard to tell from this distance, through the dust and debris that filled the air. Izuku could see movement, fast, too fast, a blur of motion that seemed to come from everywhere at once. And he could see All Might moving to meet it, his massive frame somehow graceful, somehow precise, each movement containing the weight of decades of experience. This was wrong. Izuku's mind caught up with his eyes, and the pieces started falling into place. All Might didn't fight here. Not in the industrial district, not in the forgotten corners of the city where the cameras didn't reach. All Might fought in the heart of the city, in full view of the people he protected, because that was what the symbol of peace did. He was there. He was visible. He was hope made manifest. So why was he here? In this forgotten place, where no one could see. The fight shifted, and for a moment, Izuku saw the opponent clearly. A figure in dark clothing, moving with a fluidity that was almost inhuman, their features obscured by the dust and the distance. But there was something about them, something that made Izuku's skin crawl, some instinct that screamed danger in a way that All Might's presence should have quieted. And then the fight moved, and Izuku saw something that made his blood run cold. All Might was bleeding. It was a small thing, barely visible from this distance, a smear of red on his white sleeve, a darkness spreading where there should have been only light. But Izuku saw it. Saw the way All Might moved differently after that, saw the slight hesitation in his movements, the way his breathing seemed to labor. The symbol of peace was hurt. And no one was here to help. Izuku's feet moved before his mind caught up. He was running, not away, not toward shelter, but into the intersection, into the space where a battle was happening that he had no business being part of. His quirk flared around him, green light gathering in his palms, and he heard himself shout something, a warning, maybe, or a challenge, before he even knew what he was saying. The battle stopped. Both figures turned toward him, and in that frozen moment, Izuku saw everything. He saw the opponent, a man in a mask, his eyes burning with something that wasn't quite human. He saw the street behind them, torn apart by forces he couldn't comprehend. And he saw All Might, the #1 hero, the man who had never shown weakness to anyone, staring at him with an expression that contained equal parts shock and something else. Something that looked almost like fear. "Get back!" All Might's voice was a roar, but there was something in it that Izuku had never heard before. Strain. Desperation. "Get back, now!" The masked figure moved. Fast, too fast. Izuku saw the hand reaching for him, saw the fingers closing around his throat, and then... light. Not his light. Something else. Something that filled the intersection with a brilliance that drove back the shadows, that made the masked figure recoil with a scream that wasn't quite human. And in the center of that light, All Might stood, his arm extended, his face set in an expression that Izuku had never seen on any hero. He wasn't smiling. "Run!" All Might said, and his voice was different now, quieter, calmer, but no less commanding. "There's a convenience store 2 blocks north. Go there. Stay there. Don't come back until I come for you. But run!" The word left no room for argument. Izuku ran. He didn't look back. He didn't stop. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs screamed and the sounds of the battle faded behind him. He ran until he reached the convenience store, its fluorescent lights a beacon in the gray morning, and then he collapsed against the wall, his chest heaving, his hands shaking, his mind still trying to process what he'd seen. All Might was bleeding. All Might, who was supposed to be invincible, who was supposed to be the one who saved everyone, was bleeding in a forgotten intersection, fighting someone that Izuku had never seen before, in a place where no one would know to look for him. And he told Izuku to run. Izuku sat against the wall of the convenience store, his knees drawn up to his chest, and waited. The morning passed. The sun climbed higher. People came and went from the store, giving him strange looks but not stopping, and Izuku sat frozen, unable to move, unable to think, unable to do anything but wait. It was almost noon when the footsteps came. He knew them before he saw them, the particular weight, the particular rhythm, the way they seemed to make the ground itself acknowledge their presence. He looked up, and there he was. All Might stood at the end of the alley, his costume torn in a dozen places, his face streaked with dirt and what might have been blood. But he was standing. He was here. And when he looked at Izuku, his expression was something Izuku had never expected to see on the face of the symbol of peace. He looked tired. "You shouldn't have been there," All Might said. His voice was quiet, lacking the booming resonance that Izuku had heard on television 1,000 times. "You should have run sooner." "I couldn't." Izuku's voice came out as a whisper. "You were hurt. I couldn't just. You could have died." The words hung in the air between them. All Might walked closer, and Izuku saw for the first time that he was moving differently, more slowly, more carefully, as if each step cost him something. He stopped a few feet away and looked down at Izuku with eyes that held something Izuku had never seen in any hero. Weariness. Deep, bone-deep weariness, the kind that came from carrying a weight that no one else could carry. "You recognized me," All Might said. It wasn't a question. "Everyone recognizes you. You're All Might. You're the—" "Not that." All Might's voice was sharp, cutting through Izuku's words. "You recognized that I was hurt. You saw something that no one else was supposed to see." He paused, and something shifted in his expression. "How?" Izuku swallowed. His mouth was dry, his heart still pounding, but something in All Might's voice made him answer honestly. "Your sleeve. There was blood. And your movements, they were different. Slower. You were compensating." All Might was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he lowered himself to the ground, sitting against the wall beside Izuku. The #1 hero of Japan, the symbol of peace, sitting on the dirty ground outside a convenience store like an ordinary man. "You're observant," All Might said. "That's rare. Most people see what they want to see. They see the smile, the costume, the image I've spent decades building. They don't see the cracks." He looked at Izuku, and for the first time, Izuku saw something behind the weariness. Something that might have been curiosity, or respect, or the beginning of something he couldn't name. "What's your name, kid?" "Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya." All Might said the name slowly, as if tasting it. "You're young to be wandering around the industrial district alone. Especially on a morning like this. I come here to train. To think. The beach, Takoba Beach, it's quiet. No one goes there. Takoba Beach." All Might's expression flickered. I know that beach. I used to go there, a long time ago. Before. He stopped, and something passed over his face, a shadow, quickly suppressed. Before things changed. The silence stretched between them. Izuku wanted to ask 1,000 questions, about the fight, about the blood, about the masked figure who had moved too fast and screamed like something that wasn't human. But something told him that asking those questions would close a door that had just been opened. You're hurt, Izuku said instead. You should see a doctor. Or recovery girl, or... I'm fine. The words were automatic, the reflex of a man who had been saying them for decades. But then All Might looked at his sleeve, at the blood that had dried there, and something in his expression shifted. Or I will be. I always am. That's not true. The words came out before Izuku could stop them. He felt his face heat, felt the instinct to apologize, to retreat, to take back the words that had crossed a line he didn't understand. But All Might was looking at him with an expression that wasn't anger, wasn't offense. It was surprise. What did you say? All Might asked. You said you're always fine? But that's not true. Izuku's voice was shaking, but he didn't stop. You were bleeding. You were fighting someone in a place where no one could see you. You told me to run. Those aren't the actions of someone who's fine. Those are the actions of someone who's been hiding something for a very long time. He looked up, met All Might's eyes, and saw something there that made his heart clench. Not anger. Not denial. Something that looked almost like relief. You see too much. All Might said quietly. That's dangerous in this world. Seeing too much means knowing things that other people don't want you to know. Means carrying weights that aren't yours to carry. I know. Izuku's voice was steadier now. I've always been like this. I see things. I analyze things. I can't help it. It's who I am. All Might was quiet for a long time. The sun moved overhead, shifting the shadows, and the world went on around them, cars passing, people walking, the ordinary rhythm of a city that didn't know its greatest protector was sitting on the ground outside a convenience store, looking at a 14-year-old boy like he was seeing something he'd been looking for a very long time. You want to be a hero? All Might said finally. It wasn't a question. Yes. Why? The question was simple, but the weight behind it was anything but. Izuku thought about all the answers he'd given over the years, to his mother, to his teachers, to the specialists who had studied his quirk. He thought about the notebooks on his desk, the dreams he'd written down, the future he'd been building since he was 4 years old. He thought about the girl in the alley, the one he'd saved when he was 6, the way she'd clung to him like he was the only solid thing in a world that had suddenly become very dangerous. He thought about the children at the community center, the ones who looked at him like he was proof that being different wasn't the same as being less. He thought about Kaken, who had given him a notebook to write down his own dreams, and the photograph of 2 boys in a playground, standing side by side for the first time. Because someone has to, he said. Because when things go wrong, when people are scared, when there's no one else, someone has to be there. Someone has to stand up and say it's going to be okay. Someone has to be the one who doesn't run. He looked at All Might, and for the first time, he saw the man behind the symbol. The weariness, yes. The weight of decades, the accumulation of battles that had left marks that no one was allowed to see. But something else too. Something that looked like hope. I want to be that someone, Izuku said. I want to be the hero who saves everyone. Not because I'm the strongest, or the smartest, or the one with the best quirk. Because I'm the one who won't walk away. Because I'll be there, no matter what, for as long as I'm needed. All Might stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, something happened that Izuku had never seen before. The symbol of peace smiled. Not the smile he wore for the cameras, the broad, reassuring grin that told the world everything was going to be okay. Something smaller. Something real. Something that made him look, for a moment, like an ordinary man who had just heard something that reminded him why he'd started this journey in the first place. You remind me of someone, All Might said. Someone I knew a long time ago. Someone who believed the same things you believe. That being a hero wasn't about power. That it was about being there. About never walking away. He looked at his hands, the hands that had saved more lives than anyone could count, that had carried the weight of a world that needed someone to believe in. He was my teacher. The man who taught me what it really means to be a hero. Izuku's breath caught. Your teacher? You had a teacher? Everyone has a teacher, young Midoriya. Even the symbol of peace. All Might's smile faded, and for a moment, he looked older than Izuku had ever seen him. He taught me that heroism isn't about the power you're born with. It's about what you choose to do with that power. About the sacrifices you're willing to make. About the people you're willing to become, not for yourself, but for everyone who needs you to be something more. He turned to look at Izuku, and there was something in his eyes that Izuku had never seen before. Something that looked like recognition. You have that. The thing he talked about. The thing that makes a hero more than just someone with a powerful quirk. He reached out and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, and the weight of that touch was enormous, not physically, but in what it meant. You saw me hurt, and you didn't run. You saw a battle you couldn't win, and you ran toward it. Do you know how rare that is? Izuku shook his head, not trusting his voice. Most people, when they see danger, their bodies tell them to run. That's survival. That's instinct. It's what keeps us alive. All Might's grip tightened slightly. But some people, the ones who become heroes, their bodies tell them something different. They see someone in danger, and they move. They don't think about the risk. They don't calculate the odds. They just move. He pulled his hand back, and Izuku felt the absence of that weight like a physical loss. I've been doing this for decades. I've seen thousands of people who wanted to be heroes. Hundreds who had the power to be heroes. Dozens who had the skill. But the ones who actually became heroes, the ones who made a difference, who changed things, they all had one thing in common. He stood, and despite the weariness in his frame, despite the torn costume and the blood on his sleeve, he was still All Might. Still the symbol of peace. Still something that made the world feel a little safer just by existing. They didn't run, he said. When it mattered most, when everything was on the line, they stood their ground. Not because they were strong enough to win. Because someone needed them to stand. He looked down at Izuku, and for a moment, the mask slipped entirely. Izuku saw the man beneath. The man who had been carrying a weight that no one else could carry. Who had been smiling through pain that no one was allowed to see. Who had been alone at the top for so long that he'd forgotten what it felt like to have someone stand beside him. You're not ready, All Might said, and there was no judgment in his voice. Just fact. You're young. Your quirk is still developing. You have years of training ahead of you before you can stand against the things that need to be fought. He held out his hand. But you have something that can't be trained. Something that most heroes spend their whole careers trying to find. And if you're willing to work, if you're willing to push yourself further than you've ever pushed before, I can help you become something more than you ever thought possible. Izuku stared at the offered hand. This was the moment he dreamed about since he was old enough to understand what heroes were. All Might, the greatest hero in the world, offering to help him. Offering to train him. Offering something that could change everything. But there was something in All Might's eyes that made him pause. Something that looked like warning. There's something you should know, All Might said, and his voice was different now. Heavier. About me. About what you saw today. About why I was fighting in a place where no one would see. He pulled back his costume, just enough to reveal something that made Izuku's world tilt. A scar. Massive, horrific, covering half his torso. A wound that should have killed anyone who received it. And beneath the scar, something else, something that Izuku's analytical mind recognized even as his heart rejected it. His body was failing. The muscles, the presence, the sheer physicality that made All Might what he was, it was eroding. Eating itself from the inside. And in the space where power should have been, there was only emptiness. 5 years ago, All Might said, his voice flat, I fought a villain who should have killed me. He took half my respiratory system, most of my stomach, and a part of me that I didn't know I had until it was gone. He let his costume fall back into place. The symbol of peace you see on television, the hero who never loses, the man who always smiles, he's been fading for 5 years. And there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. The words hung in the air. Izuku sat frozen, his mind still trying to process what he'd seen, what he'd been told. All Might was dying. The symbol of peace was crumbling from the inside, and no one knew. No one except the people who had been there when it happened, and now, a 14-year-old boy who had stumbled into a fight he had no business being part of. Why are you telling me this? Izuku's voice came out as a whisper. Because you saw. All Might's voice was gentle in a way that made something ache in Izuku's chest. You saw me hurt, and you didn't look away. You saw the cracks in the symbol, and instead of running, you ran toward them. That's not something I can ignore. That's not something I can forget. He crouched down, bringing himself to Izuku's level. The world needs a symbol of peace. It needs someone to believe in, someone who makes them feel safe. I've been carrying that weight for longer than you've been alive, and I've been doing it alone. But I can't do it forever. My body is telling me what I've been refusing to hear for 5 years. He looked at Izuku, and there was something in his eyes that Izuku had never expected to see in the eyes of the number one hero. Fear. I don't have much time left, All Might said. A year, maybe 2, before I can't hide it anymore. And when I fall, the world is going to need someone to stand up. Someone who can carry the weight I've been carrying. Someone who can be what I couldn't be. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder again, and this time, the weight was different. It was the weight of a legacy being passed, a burden being shared, a hope being placed in hands that were too young to hold it. I'm not asking you to be me, All Might said. The world doesn't need another symbol of peace. It needs something new. Something that can stand in the space I leave behind and make people believe that everything is going to be okay. He stood, and for a moment, he was the All Might that Izuku had grown up watching, the hero who never faltered, who never doubted, who never showed weakness. But beneath that image, Izuku could see the truth. The weariness. The pain. The man who had been carrying too much for too long, who was finally admitting that he couldn't carry it alone. I'm not going to train you to be a hero, All Might said. You're already a hero. You've been one since you were 4 years old, since you walked into an alley to save a girl you'd never met. What I'm going to do is give you the tools to become the hero you were meant to be. The hero the world is going to need. He looked at Izuku, and for the first time, there was no mask. No symbol. No weight of expectation. What do you say, Izuku Midoriya? Will you let me teach you? Izuku sat on the ground, looking up at the man who had been his hero for as long as he could remember. The man who was fading, who was scared, who was asking for help in the only way he knew how. He thought about the notebook on his desk, the one Kaken had given him, the dreams he'd written down in his own handwriting. He thought about the promise he'd made to himself, on the morning of his 14th birthday, about the hero he wanted to become. He thought about all the years he'd spent training, studying, preparing for a future that had always seemed so far away. And he thought about the alley, when he was 6 years old. About the choice he'd made to stand up when he could have walked away. About the path that choice had set him on, the path that had led him here, to this moment, with the greatest hero in the world asking him to carry something that no one had ever been asked to carry before. Yes, he said, and his voice didn't shake. Yes. I'll let you teach me. All Might smiled. It was a small smile, tired but real. And in that smile, Izuku saw something that made his heart swell with something he couldn't name. Hope. Not the hope of a child watching heroes on television, dreaming of a future that might never come. Something deeper. Something truer. The hope of a hero who had been alone for too long, finally finding someone to stand beside him. Chapter 7, Training Beyond Limits. The beach looked different in the pre-dawn light. Izuku had been coming here for weeks, But this morning, standing at the edge of the sand with All Might beside him, Tacoba Municipal Beach felt like something new. The rusted appliances, the mountains of trash, the cracked concrete that had once been a boardwalk, it was all still there, but his eyes saw it differently now. Not as a forgotten ruin, but as a proving ground. The first thing you need to understand, All Might said, his voice carrying that particular resonance he used when he was teaching, is that your quirk is not your power. Your quirk is a tool. The power, the real power, comes from here. He pressed a massive hand against Izuku's chest, over his heart. The touch was gentle, but Izuku could feel the strength behind it, the same strength that had been fading for 5 years, that All Might was trying to pass on in whatever time he had left. Your body, All Might continued. Your mind. Your will. Those are the things that will determine what kind of hero you become. Your quirk is just the expression of what's already inside you. Izuku nodded, but his mind was already racing ahead, cataloging, analyzing. He'd heard variations of this speech before, from specialists, from trainers, from the volumes of hero analysis he'd consumed over the years. But hearing it from All Might was different. The words carried weight they'd never carried before. So what's the plan? Izuku asked. How do we start? All Might's smile was sharp, almost predatory. It was the smile of a man who had spent decades pushing himself past every limit, who knew exactly what it took to build something unbreakable. We start with the beach. The beach was a graveyard of discarded things. Refrigerators, washing machines, broken bicycles, twisted metal, and shattered plastic, the accumulated waste of a city that had forgotten this place existed. All Might stood. At the edge of it, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Your training begins today. It ends when this beach is clean. Izuku stared at the mountains of trash. There were years of accumulation here, decades maybe. A cleanup project that would take a professional crew months, maybe longer. And All Might was talking about one boy, one quirk, and an unspecified amount of time. How long do I have? Izuku asked. Until the UA entrance exam. All Might's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. 9 months. 9 months. Izuku did the math in his head, the tonnage, the volume, the time required for a single person to move it all. The numbers didn't add up. They didn't even come close. That's impossible. No. All Might's voice was gentle, but there was steel beneath it. It's not impossible. It's just very, very hard. And you need to understand, Izuku, being a hero isn't about doing what's possible. It's about doing what's necessary. The people you're going to save won't care if the odds are against you. They'll just need you to be there. He looked at the beach, and for a moment, his expression softened. This place was special to me, once. A long time ago, before I became this. He gestured at himself, at the massive frame that was slowly betraying him. I came here to train. To push myself. To become something more than I was. And this beach, this forgotten, broken place, it gave me the foundation I needed to become the symbol of peace. He turned to Izuku. Now it's going to give you the foundation you need to become something even greater. The first week was agony. Izuku had been training his body for years. He'd run, lifted weights, practiced combat drills with Kaken until they both collapsed from exhaustion. He'd thought he was strong. He'd thought he was ready. He was wrong. All Might's training wasn't like anything he'd experienced before. There were no machines, no structured workouts, no carefully calibrated progressions. There was just the beach, and the trash, and the endless, brutal work of moving it. The first day, Izuku tried to use his quirk. It was the obvious solution: green light to lift the heavy items, kinetic force to move them faster, energy pulses to break down the larger pieces into manageable chunks. He'd been doing it for an hour when All Might's voice cut through his concentration. Stop. Izuku lowered a refrigerator to the ground, his chest heaving, sweat dripping into his eyes. What? Why? Because you're cheating. The word hit Izuku like a physical blow. Cheating? I'm using my quirk. That's what heroes do. They use their quirks to solve problems, All Might finished. Yes. But your quirk isn't the problem here. Your body is. He walked to where Izuku stood, his footsteps heavy on the sand. You've been relying on your quirk for years. Every time something was heavy, you used your power. Every time something was hard, you let your quirk make it easier. And in the process, your body has been coasting, taking the easy path, never being forced to become what it needs to become. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, and there was no judgment in his grip. Just understanding. You have a powerful quirk, Izuku. One of the most powerful I've ever seen. But if you don't have the body to handle that power, it will destroy you. Not tomorrow, not next year, but eventually. The human body can only take so much before it breaks. And your quirk, the way it expresses itself through you, it demands more from your body than most quirks ever will. He released his grip and stepped back. So for now, no quirk. Just you, and this beach, and the work that needs to be done. Build your body first. Then we'll teach it how to use your power. The first week without his quirk was like learning to walk again. Izuku's arms burned. His back screamed. His legs trembled under loads he'd been moving with his mind for years. He fell more times than he could count, his hands blistering on rusted metal, his feet slipping on the unstable ground. Every night, he came home so exhausted he could barely lift his arms to wash the grime from his skin. Every morning, he woke up stiff and sore, every muscle in his body protesting the day to come. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Because every day, when he dragged himself to the beach, All Might was there. Waiting. Watching. Not helping, he made that clear from the beginning. But present. A reminder of what this was all for. You're favoring your left side, All Might said on the third day, watching Izuku struggle with a washing machine that had to weigh 3 times what he did. You've been doing it since you started. Your right leg is stronger, so you're compensating. That's going to cause problems later. Izuku gritted his teeth and adjusted his stance. The washing machine shifted, and for a moment, he thought he was going to lose it. But he held on, his muscles screaming, and took one step. Then another. Then another. Better, All Might said. Now do it again. The second week, Izuku learned what pain really meant. He thought he knew before. The training with Kaken, the sparring sessions that left him bruised and burned, that had been pain. But this was something else. This was pain that settled into his bones, that became a part of him, that followed him into his dreams and woke him in the middle of the night with muscles that seized and cramped and refused to obey his commands. His mother started leaving ice packs outside his door. She didn't ask questions anymore, hadn't, since he'd come home from the beach on the first day and collapsed into bed without eating. She just left the ice packs, and extra portions at dinner, and looked at him with eyes that held questions she was afraid to voice. On the 8th day, Kaken found him. Izuku was in the middle of the beach, trying to move a section of chain-link fence that had been there so long it had become part of the landscape. His hands were wrapped in tape now. The blisters had burst on the 4th day, and All Might had produced the tape from somewhere with the casual efficiency of someone who had been exactly where Izuku was now. You look like shit. Izuku looked up. Kaken stood at the edge of the beach, his hands in his pockets, his expression carefully blank. But Izuku had known him too long to miss the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes tracked over the damage to Izuku's hands, the new lines of exhaustion on his face. Thanks, Izuku said, and went back to the fence. He expected Kaken to leave. That was their pattern, pushing, testing, retreating when things got too real. But Kaken didn't leave. He stood at the edge of the beach for a long moment, watching Izuku struggle with the fence, and then he walked down onto the sand. What are you doing? Izuku asked. Helping. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. Kaken grabbed the other side of the fence, his hands finding purchase on the rusted metal. But you're going to be here all day at this rate, and I've got better things to do than watch you fail. He pulled, and the fence shifted. Izuku pulled too, and together they dragged it across the sand to the growing pile of debris near the boardwalk. They worked in silence for the rest of the afternoon. Captain didn't ask about the training, didn't comment on the state of the beach, didn't demand explanations for any of it. He just worked, his explosions cracking the larger pieces into manageable chunks, his strength carrying loads that would have taken Izuku twice as long to move alone. When the sun began to set, they sat on the edge of the boardwalk, looking out at the progress they'd made. It wasn't much, a small clear patch in a sea of trash, but it was something. "You're not going to tell me what this is about?" Kaken said. It wasn't a question. "Not yet." "Why not?" Izuku thought about All Might's face when he'd revealed his scar, the weight of the secret he'd been carrying alone for 5 years. He thought about the trust it had taken to share that secret, and the responsibility that trust carried. "Because it's not my story to tell," he said finally. "Not yet. But someday, when I can, I will. I promise." Kaken was quiet for a long time. The sky turned from orange to purple to deep blue, and the first stars appeared, and still he sat beside Izuku, not moving, not pushing. "You're going to be something," Kaken said finally. "More than me. More than anyone. I've known that since you were 6 years old, and you walked into an alley to save a girl you'd never met." He stood, brushing the sand from his pants, and looked down at Izuku with an expression that was almost soft. "So when you're ready to tell me, I'll be here. In the meantime, stop being an idiot and let me help you with this beach. You're not going to get it done in 9 months on your own." He walked away without waiting for an answer, his hands sparking faintly in the darkness. And Izuku sat on the boardwalk, watching him go, and felt something in his chest loosen. He wasn't doing this alone. He never had been. The weeks became months. The beach changed. What had seemed impossible in those first days became routine. Izuku's body adapted, growing stronger in ways he never thought possible. The loads that had crushed him in the beginning became manageable, then easy. His hands, once soft and scarred from years of notebook writing, became calloused and hard. His shoulders broadened. His stance deepened. He moved differently now, not like someone who was learning to use his body, but like someone who had finally come to inhabit it. And through it All Might watched. Taught. Pushed. "Your quirk is about potential," All Might said one afternoon, watching Izuku move a section of concrete that would have been impossible for him 3 months ago. "But potential without control is just chaos. You need to learn to modulate your output, to use exactly as much force as a situation requires, and no more." He held up his hand, and for a moment, Izuku saw something that made his breath catch. A flicker of power there and gone, so brief that he almost missed it. But he didn't miss it. He saw the way All Might's hand trembled afterward, the way his breathing became more labored, the cost of that small demonstration written in every line of his body. "When I was young," All Might said, "I had the opposite problem. Too much power, not enough control. I broke things. Hurt people. Not because I wanted to, but because I didn't know how to be anything less than everything." He looked at his hand, at the faint tremor that hadn't been there a moment ago. "It took me years to learn that being a hero isn't about using all your power. It's about using exactly the right amount. Enough to save, not enough to destroy. Enough to protect, not enough to terrify." He turned to Izuku, and there was something in his eyes that Izuku had come to recognize over the past months. Not pity. Not expectation. Something that looked like faith. "You have that ability. The control. The precision. I've been watching you, and I've seen it, the way you modulate your output without thinking, the way you use exactly as much force as you need and not a drop more. That's not something I can teach. That's something you were born with." He smiled, and for a moment, he looked almost young. "So stop being afraid of your power. Stop holding back because you're scared of what might happen if you let go. Trust your body. Trust your control. Trust the instincts that have been telling you what to do since you were 4 years old." The day Izuku cleared the first section of beach, 100 meters of clean sand where there had been nothing but trash, he sat on the boardwalk and cried. He didn't mean to. The tears came without warning, hot and unexpected, spilling down his cheeks as he looked at what he'd done. Months of work, of pain, of pushing past limits he hadn't known he had. And here, in this small patch of sand, proof that it had meant something. All Might sat beside him. He didn't say anything, didn't offer comfort or congratulations. He just sat there, his massive frame a solid presence in the fading light, and let Izuku cry. You know, All Might said after a long silence, when I first came to this beach, I was like you. Young. Idealistic. So full of hope that I didn't know what to do with it all. He smiled, a distant expression that looked like it was seeing something far away. I cleared this beach, too. Not all of it, not like you're doing. But enough. Enough to prove to myself that I could do what I set out to do. He looked at Izuku, and there was something in his eyes that Izuku had never seen before. Pride, maybe? Or something that went even deeper. You've done in months what took me years. And you've done it without your quirk, without any of the shortcuts you could have taken. Do you understand what that means? Izuku shook his head, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. It means your foundation is stronger than mine ever was. It means when you finally do start using your quirk, really using it, not just playing with it, you'll be able to handle more than I ever could. It means the hero you're going to become. He paused, searching for the words. The hero you're going to become is going to be something this world has never seen. He stood, and for a moment, he was the all might of Izuku's childhood, the symbol of peace, the unbeatable hero, the man who never faltered. But there was something else there now, something that hadn't been there before. Something that looked like hope. Now get up, All Might said. We're not done yet. The final months were different. Izuku started using his quirk again, but not the way he had before. All Might's training had changed something fundamental in him, not just his body, but his understanding of what his power was and how it worked. The green light that flowed from him now was different. Calmer. More controlled. It responded to his will with a precision that would have been impossible before the beach. They worked on techniques together, All Might drawing on decades of experience to help Izuku refine his control. Shield projection, energy pulses, kinetic redirection, each technique built on the foundation of the last, each one pushing Izuku further than he'd ever been pushed before. The problem with your quirk, All Might said one afternoon, watching Izuku practice a defensive barrier, is that it's too responsive. It does what you want, not what you need. And sometimes, what you want isn't what the situation calls for. He stepped forward, his hand raised, and for a moment, Izuku thought he was going to attack. But instead, All Might placed his palm against the barrier and pushed. Not hard, just enough to test its strength. You're reacting to the threat, All Might said. Every time I push, your barrier gets stronger. But that's not how combat works. You don't get stronger as you get hit. You get weaker. Your energy depletes. Your focus fractures. So if you're building your defenses reactively, you're already losing. He pulled his hand back, and the barrier flickered. You need to build your defenses proactively. Know what's coming before it arrives. Be stronger at the beginning, not at the end. Izuku thought about that. About the way his quirk responded to his emotions, his intentions, his fear. About the years he'd spent trying to control it, to shape it, to make it do what he wanted. But All Might was talking about something else. Something deeper. He wasn't supposed to control his quirk. He was supposed to become it. The next time All Might pushed against his barrier, it didn't flicker. It held. And when All Might pushed harder, it held harder. Not because Izuku was reacting, but because he'd already decided, before the push came, before the threat existed, that his barrier would be unbreakable. All Might smiled. There. Now you're getting it. The beach was almost clean when the letter came. It arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a courier in a crisp uniform, the envelope bearing the seal of UA High School. Izuku held it in his hands, feeling the weight of it, not physical weight, but something else. The weight of years of work. Of dreams. Of everything he'd been building towards since he was 4 years old. He didn't open it immediately. He took it to the beach, to the clean sand that had been the proving ground of his transformation, and he sat on the boardwalk with the envelope in his lap and the morning sun on his face. All Might was there. He was always there now, in the early mornings, watching the beach return to what it had once been. He sat beside Izuku, his massive frame somehow smaller now, or maybe Izuku had just gotten used to it. "You're not going to open it?" All Might asked. "I'm nervous." All Might laughed, a real laugh, not the booming public laugh, but something smaller and warmer. "I was nervous too. When I got my letter. I sat with it for an hour before I finally opened it. Drove my teacher crazy. What did it say? That I was accepted. That I had potential. That they expected great things from me." He smiled, and there was something wistful in his expression. "I was so happy I cried. Right there in the middle of the street, with everyone watching. I was so happy I didn't even care that they saw." He nudged Izuku with his elbow. "Open it. Whatever it says, you've earned it. You've earned more than you know." Izuku opened the envelope. The letter inside was typed, formal, the kind of document that had been reviewed by a dozen committees before it was sent. But there was something handwritten at the bottom, a note in a cramped, hurried script that Izuku recognized from the hero forums, from the analysis he'd been reading for years. Asterisk, "I expect great things from you. Don't prove me wrong." Asterisk. Below the signature, a name. That made Izuku's breath catch, was a single word. Accepted. He stared at the letter. Stared at the word. Stared at the signature that meant he'd been seen, really seen, by someone whose opinion mattered more than almost anyone else's. "I got in," he said, and his voice cracked on the words. All Might's hand landed on his shoulder, heavy and warm. "Of course you did. I got in." The words came again, stronger this time, and Izuku felt something break open in his chest. Not his quirk, something older, something that had been building since he was 4 years old, and had first dreamed of this moment. "I got in, I got in, I got in." He was crying. He knew he was crying, could feel the tears streaming down his face, but he couldn't stop them and didn't want to. All the years of work, of training, of pushing past every limit he'd ever known, it had meant something. It had led to this. To a letter with a handwritten note that said someone believed in him. All Might sat beside him, not saying anything, just letting him cry. And when the tears finally stopped, when Izuku could breathe again, All Might spoke. "You're ready," he said. "Not just for Yue, for everything that comes after. You've built something here, Izuku. Something that no one can take away from you." He stood, looking out at the beach. The sand was clean now, stretching from the boardwalk to the water, a ribbon of gold in the morning light. The debris that had choked this place for decades was gone, cleared by 2 boys who had refused to believe that impossible meant the same thing as not worth trying. "I want you to remember this place," All Might said. "Remember what it felt like to build something from nothing. Remember what it felt like to push past every limit you thought you had. Because when you're at UA, when you're facing things that seem impossible, you're going to need to remember." He turned to Izuku, and for a moment, he was the symbol of peace again, the hero who had carried the world on his shoulders for longer than Izuku had been alive. But there was something else there now. Something that looked like peace. "You're going to be a great hero, Izuku Midoriya. Not because of your quirk. Not because of what I've taught you. Because of who you are. Who you've always been." He held out his hand, and Izuku took it. The grip was firm, warm, the grip of a man who had spent his life saving people and was finally letting someone else share the weight. "Now go," All Might said. "Go to UA. Go become the hero you were meant to be. And know that wherever you go, whatever happens, I'll be watching. Proud of what you've become. Proud of what you're going to do." Izuku stood, the letter clutched in his hand, the beach stretching out behind him. He thought about the years he'd spent getting here, the training, the pain, the moments when he thought he couldn't go any further. He thought about Kaken, about the photograph on his desk, about the notebook that held his dreams. He thought about All Might, sitting beside him on the boardwalk, sharing a secret that could destroy him, trusting Izuku with something he'd carried alone for 5 years. And he thought about the future. About Yue. About the hero he was going to become. About the people he was going to save. "I won't let you down," he said. All Might smiled, that small, real smile that Izuku had come to treasure more than any of the public ones. "I know you won't." Chapter 8: The Entrance Exam Triumph. The morning of the UA entrance exam dawned cold and clear, the kind of morning that made the world feel sharp and new. Izuku stood at his window, watching the sun rise over the city, and felt something settle in his chest. Not nervousness, exactly. Not excitement either. Something quieter. Something that felt like readiness. His uniform was laid out on his desk, a clean white shirt, dark pants, the jacket he'd pressed 3 times the night before. Beside it, the notebook Kaken had given him sat open to the first page, the words he'd written months ago still clear in his memory. "This is what I want." He closed the notebook and tucked it into his bag, next to the photograph of 2 boys in a playground, standing side by side for the first time. "You're up early," Inko said from the doorway. She was already dressed, her hair pinned back, her hands wrapped around the cup of tea that had probably gone cold hours ago. She'd been awake all night. Izuku could see it in the lines around her eyes, the way her hands trembled slightly against the ceramic. "I couldn't sleep," he admitted. "Neither could I." She crossed the room and stood beside him, looking out at the same sky. "Do you remember when you were little? You used to stand at this window every morning, watching the heroes go by. You'd point at them and tell me their names, their quirks, their rankings. You knew them all. Every single one." Izuku smiled. "I still know them all." "I know." She reached out and took his hand, her fingers warm around his. "You've been waiting for this day for as long as I can remember. Longer, probably. And now it's here." She turned to face him, and there were tears in her eyes, but she was smiling. That particular smile she'd worn since he was 4 years old, and the doctors had told her son wasn't quirkless after all. "You're ready," she said. "Whatever happens today, whatever the results say, you're ready. You've been ready for a long time." He wanted to say something, to thank her, to tell her that none of this would have been possible without her, to find words for the gratitude that had been building in his chest for 14 years. But the words wouldn't come, so he did the next best thing. He pulled her into a hug, holding her the way she'd held him 1,000 times before, and let the silence say what his voice couldn't. When he pulled back, she was crying openly, but she was still smiling. "Go," she said. "Go show them what my son can do." The train to Yui was crowded with examinees. Izuku recognized the signs, the nervous energy, the careful glances, the way everyone was trying to size each other up without being obvious about it. He found a seat by the window and watched the city slide past, the familiar streets giving way to the district that housed Japan's most prestigious hero academy. He thought about the beach. About the months of training, the pain, the moments when he thought he couldn't go any further. He thought about All Might's voice, teaching him to trust his body, to become his power instead of just controlling it. He thought about the clean sand stretching to the water, proof that impossible was just a word people used when they didn't want to try. His hand drifted to his bag, to the notebook inside. "This is what I want." He'd written those words months ago, on a morning that felt like a lifetime away. But they were still true. They would always be true. The train slowed, and the doors opened onto a platform crowded with young heroes-to-be. Izuku stepped off, adjusting his bag on his shoulder, and let the current of bodies carry him toward the gates. Yui High School rose before him like something out of a dream. He'd seen pictures, of course, everyone had seen pictures, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of it. The massive gates, the sweeping architecture, the sheer presence of a place that had produced more heroes than any other institution in the country. It felt like stepping into history. He was standing in the middle of the courtyard, staring up at the main building, when a voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. "Move, Deku!" He turned. Kaken stood a few feet away, his uniform immaculate, his expression the particular brand of annoyed he reserved for things that weren't moving fast enough. But there was something else there, something that looked almost like relief. "You made it," Izuku said. "Of course I made it. I'm not the one who gets lost staring at buildings." "I wasn't lost. I was appreciating the architecture," Kaken snorted. "Appreciating the architecture. You're such a nerd." He fell into step beside Izuku, and together, they walked toward the auditorium where the exam orientation would be held. Neither of them said anything about what this meant, that they were here, together, at the threshold of everything they'd been working toward. They didn't need to. The silence between them said enough. The auditorium was massive, filled with rows upon rows of seats that seemed to stretch into infinity. Izuku found a seat near the middle, Kaken beside him, and watched the other examinees filter in. Hundreds of them, from all over the country, each one carrying their own dreams, their own training, their own reasons for being here. He recognized some of them from the hero forums, from the analysis he'd been doing for years. The tall boy with the glasses and the precise movements, Ida Tenya, from a family of heroes, known for his speed and discipline. The girl with the gravity-defying brown hair, Uraraka Ochako, whose quirk had been the subject of several forum threads about its potential applications. Others he didn't recognize, but he could see them, catalog them, file away their tells and their strengths and their weaknesses. "Stop analyzing everyone," Kaken muttered beside him. "You look like a creep." "I'm not analyzing. I'm observing." "You're being a creep." The lights dimmed, and a voice boomed from the speakers, filling the auditorium with a presence that made everyone sit up a little straighter. Izuku recognized the voice before he saw the face. He'd been hearing it for years, in recordings of the sports festival, in interviews, in the moments between battles when the heroes took a breath and let the world catch up. "Welcome, examinees!" The man who strode onto the stage was not what anyone expected. He was small, for one thing, nothing like the towering figures that usually commanded UA's public events. He wore a jumpsuit that looked like it had been designed by someone who had never seen a jumpsuit before, and his hair defied physics in a way that made Izuku's analytical mind itch with questions. But his voice was everything. "I'm President Mike, and I'm your guide for today's exam. Can I get a HUI?" The auditorium erupted. Not because anyone knew what to do with the energy, but because President Mike's enthusiasm was impossible to resist. Izuku found himself shouting along with the rest of them, a grin breaking across his face despite himself. All right, settle down." President Mike's voice dropped to something almost reasonable, though it still filled the space like a physical force. "Let's go over the rules for the practical exam. You've all read the packet, but I'm going to say it anyway because that's what heroes do. They make sure everyone's on the same page." The screen behind him lit up, displaying a map of the exam city, a sprawling mock-urban environment designed to test everything the examinees had learned. "The practical exam is simple. You'll be placed in one of 7 battle centers, each designed to simulate a real-world disaster scenario. Your job? Defeat as many villains as you can." The screen flashed with images of robotic targets, each one assigned a point value. 3-point villains, 2-point villains, and 1-point villains. Your score is based on how many you take down. Simple, right? The screen changed, displaying a new image, a massive robot that dwarfed everything else on the field. Izuku's eyes widened. He knew that robot. He'd read about it in the exam analysis threads, had seen the grainy footage from previous years, had spent hours theorizing about how to approach it. "There is one more thing," President Mike said, and for a moment, his voice lost some of its showmanship. "The 0-point villain. It's not worth any points. It's an obstacle, something to avoid. Don't waste your time on it. Focus on the villains that actually count toward your score." He grinned again, the moment passing. "Any questions?" Ida Tenya's hand shot up. "Excuse me. On the handout, it says there are 4 types of villains, but you've only mentioned 3. If this is an error on official UA materials, it reflects poorly on the institution. And furthermore, that's not a question. President Mike cut him off, but he was laughing. But I like the energy. The fourth type is just a rumor, kid. Something the upperclassmen like to scare the newbies with. Nothing for you to worry about. The briefing continued, but Izuku's mind was already racing ahead. 4 types. The 0-pointer was the fourth type, obviously, the massive robot that everyone was supposed to avoid. But the way President Mike had dismissed it, the way he'd called it a rumor, there was something there. Something that the exam designers wanted the examinees to discover for themselves. He filed the thought away and focused on the rest of the briefing. Battle centers, distribution, the rules of engagement. Nothing he hadn't already studied, but he listened anyway, because that was what he did. He watched. He learned. He prepared. When the briefing ended and the examinees began to file out, Kaken grabbed his arm. "You're thinking about that 0-pointer," Kaken said. "It wasn't a question. It's not worth any points. Everyone's going to avoid it." "Exactly. So why are you thinking about it?" Izuku looked at Kaken, at the sharp eyes that had been reading him for years, and smiled. "Because sometimes the things that aren't worth points are the things that matter most." Kaken stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled back. "You're an idiot. You know that? I've been told. Just don't do anything stupid. Not until after I've beaten your score." He released Izuku's arm and stalked toward the exit, his hands already crackling with the familiar energy that had been with him since before either of them could remember. Izuku watched him go, then followed, his own power humming quietly in his chest, waiting. Battle Center B was a city in miniature, streets and buildings, alleyways and open plazas, every corner designed to test the skills of the young heroes who would run through them. Izuku stood at the entrance with the other examinees assigned to this center, watching the clock tick down to 0. Beside him, a girl with brown hair and a nervous smile was bouncing on her heels. Uraraka Ochako, the one he'd recognized from the forums. She caught him looking and grinned. "Nervous?" she asked. "A little," he admitted. "Me too. My name's Uraraka. What's yours?" "Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya." "Midoriya." She tested the name like it was something new. "Well, Midoriya, good luck out there. Try not to get crushed by any robots." "You too." The clock hit 0. President Mick's voice echoed through the center, amplified by speakers that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "And begin!" The gates opened. The examinees surged forward, quirks flaring, voices shouting, the chaos of 100 young heroes throwing themselves into the fight. Izuku didn't move. He stood at the entrance, watching, letting the flow of bodies carry past him, waiting for something he couldn't name. "Hey!" Uraraka had stopped beside him, her brow furrowed. "What are you doing? You're going to fall behind." "Go," he said. "I'll catch up." She stared at him for a moment, then shook her head and ran into the city, her fingers touching debris and sending it floating into the air, clearing her path with a grace that made Izuku's analytical mind sit up and take notice. He waited a beat longer. 2 beats. 3. And then he moved. The first robot came at him from an alley, its sensors tracking his movement, its weapons systems already calculating the optimal firing solution. Izuku didn't stop. He didn't slow. He let the green light rise in his chest, let it flow through his limbs, let it become the extension of his body that All Might had taught him to make it. The robot fired. Izuku's barrier came up without thought, deflecting the blast into the building beside him, and then he was past it, his hand already reaching for its core. One pulse of energy, precisely modulated, and the robot went dark, its lights flickering out as it crumpled to the ground. 3 points. 1 down. He was running now, his body moving with the efficiency of months of training, his mind cataloging every street, every alley, every possible approach. The map he'd studied during the briefing had become a living thing in his head, a 3-dimensional model of the city that told him where the robots would be, where the other examinees would be, where the fights worth fighting would happen. Another robot, this one larger, its sensors already tracking him as he rounded the corner. 2 points. He didn't stop moving. His barrier flickered as the robot's weapons fired, absorbing the hits, and then he was inside its guard, his palm against its chassis, a pulse of energy that shattered its internal systems without damaging anything else. 2 down. 5 points. He moved through the city like water through stone, finding the paths that no one else was taking, the spaces between the battles where the robots were clustered and waiting. His quirk responded to his will with a precision that would have been impossible before the beach, before All Might, before the months of training that had reshaped his body and his understanding of what he was capable of. A 3-pointer, its massive frame filling the street ahead. Behind it, 2 more robots, smaller, faster, already moving to flank him. Izuku didn't hesitate. His barrier expanded, covering the street from building to building, and when the robots fired, the energy was absorbed, redirected, turned back on them. The 3-pointer went down first, its systems overloaded by the redirected fire. The smaller robots followed, their circuits fried by the same energy they'd tried to use against him. 21 points. 9 down. He kept moving. The city was a battlefield now, the sounds of combat echoing from every direction. He could hear Kaken somewhere in the distance, the familiar crackle of his explosions a reassurance that he wasn't alone. He could hear Uraraka's voice, shouting something he couldn't make out, and the crash of debris as she used her quirk to bring buildings down on the robots that cornered her. He didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Every robot he took down was a point, every point was a step closer to the score he needed, and he needed more than just passing. He needed to prove something. To himself. To Kaken. To All Might, who had given him more than training, who had given him a chance to become something more than he'd ever thought possible. A plaza opened before him, and in the plaza, a cluster of robots. 6 of them, arranged in a defensive formation that suggested they were guarding something. Izuku's mind raced through the possibilities. A command node? A power source? Something that would explain why they were grouped so tightly when the rest of the city was chaos. He didn't have time to figure it out. The robots had seen him, their sensors tracking, their weapons systems already calculating. He moved before they could fire, his quirk propelling him across the plaza in a burst of speed that left after images in the air. His barrier took the first volley, deflected the second, and then he was among them, his hands moving, his power flowing, each pulse precisely calibrated to disable without destroying, to neutralize without excess force. The first robot fell. Then the second. The third tried to fire, but he was already behind it, his palm against its back, a pulse that sent its systems into emergency shutdown. The fourth and fifth went down together, their targeting systems confused by the way he moved, the way he seemed to be everywhere at once. The sixth robot was different. Larger than the others. Its frame reinforced, its weapons systems more advanced. It had been waiting for him, he realized. Watching. Learning. Adapting in ways that the standard exam robots weren't supposed to adapt. He dodged its first shot, the energy blast scorching the ground where he'd been standing a moment before. His barrier came up for the second shot, but the impact was harder than he'd expected, the force of it pushing him back across the plaza. 3 points. The largest of the standard robots, worth more than anything else in the exam except the 0-pointer. But there was something wrong with it. Something that didn't fit the pattern he'd observed in the other robots he'd faced. It was learning. Every shot was more accurate than the last. Every movement was more coordinated. It was analyzing his patterns, his tactics, the way he used his quirk. And if he didn't end this soon, it would find a way past his defenses. He stopped dodging. He stopped moving. He stood in the center of the plaza, his barrier up, his hands at his sides, and he waited. The robot fired. He let the shot hit his barrier, felt the impact travel through his body, felt his teeth rattle and his vision blur. But he held. He held because he needed to see, needed to understand, needed to find the pattern within the pattern that would tell him where to strike. The robot fired again. 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 Each shot was a data point, each impact a clue. And then, in the space between one shot and the next, he saw it. A microsecond delayed between targeting and firing. A gap in the defenses that appeared for just an instant, just long enough for someone fast enough, precise enough, to exploit. He moved. Not with his quirk, with his body, the body he'd spent months building, the body that had learned to move without thinking, to act without hesitation. He crossed the plaza in a blur, his barrier dropping at the last moment, his hand finding the gap in the robot's armor that he'd known would be there. One pulse. Precisely. Modulated. Exactly the amount of force needed to disable without destroying. The robot went dark, its lights flickering out, its massive frame crumpling to the ground in a shower of sparks. 27 points. 15 down. He stood in the plaza, breathing hard, his hands shaking slightly from the exertion. Around him, the sounds of the exam continued, explosions, shouts, the crash of robots falling. But here, in this small space, there was only silence. And in that silence, something else. A rumble. Low at first, then growing, a sound that seemed to come from the ground itself, from the foundations of the city, from somewhere deep and dark and hungry. The zero-pointer was coming. He should have run. That was what the instructions said, what every analysis of the exam had recommended, what any sensible person would do when faced with a threat that was worth no points, and could only hurt their score. He should have run, found more robots, raised his score, done anything except stand in the path of something that was designed to be avoided. But he didn't run. Because across the plaza, near the edge of the zero-pointer's approach path, someone was trapped. It was Uraraka. Her leg was pinned under debris from one of the buildings she'd brought down, her face pale, her eyes wide with a fear that Izuku recognized. The fear of someone who had run out of options. The fear of someone who was about to be crushed by something they couldn't fight. The zero-pointer filled the street at the end of the plaza, its massive frame blocking out the sky, its sensors already tracking, its weapons systems already calculating. It was enormous, larger than anything he'd seen in the exam, larger than anything he'd trained against, larger than anything he'd ever faced. He started running. He didn't think. He didn't calculate. He didn't do any of the things he'd spent his life training to do. He just ran, because there was a girl in the path of something that was going to kill her. And he was the only one close enough to do anything about it. His quirk surged in his chest, responding to something beyond his control, beyond his training. The green light that wrapped around him was brighter than it had ever been, more intense, more alive. It lifted him off the ground, propelled him across the plaza faster than he'd ever moved, and for a moment, he was flying. He reached Uraraka just as the zero-pointer's shadow fell over them. His barrier expanded, covering both of them, and he felt the impact of the robot's first step like a physical blow. His barrier held, but he could feel it straining, could feel the limits of what he could do with the power he'd learned to control. This wasn't enough. His barrier, his training, his carefully modulated pulses of energy, none of it was enough to stop something this size. He needed more. He needed something he'd never done before. He needed to become something he'd never been. He looked at Uraraka, at her terrified face, at the debris pinning her leg, and he made a choice. His barrier dropped. The zero-pointer's foot was coming down, blocking out the sun, casting them both in shadow. He had seconds. Maybe less. He reached down and grabbed the debris pinning Uraraka's leg. His quirk flared not in a pulse, not in a barrier, but in something else. Something that flowed through his arms, through his hands, through the debris itself. He didn't lift it. He didn't push it. He became it. Became the strength he needed to move something that should have been immovable. The debris shifted. Uraraka's leg came free. And then he was moving again, his quirk lifting them both, carrying them out of the shadow, out of the path of the zero-pointer's foot as it came down with a force that shook the entire city. He landed hard, his body screaming, his quirk flickering and dying in his chest. Beside him, Uraraka was gasping, her hand clutching her leg, her eyes fixed on the zero-pointer as it continued its path through the city. Ignoring them, ignoring everything except the destruction in its path. He'd done it. He'd saved her. But his score. His points. The exam he'd been training for, preparing for, dreaming about for years, he'd thrown it away. He'd stopped fighting robots, stopped earning points, done everything except what he was supposed to do. And now the exam was almost over, and his score was frozen, and he didn't know if it would be enough. He didn't care. He looked at Uraraka, at the color returning to her face, at the tears she was blinking back, and he felt something settle in his chest. Something that had been there since he was 4 years old, since he'd walked into an alley to save a girl he'd never met, since he'd chosen to stand when he could have walked away. This was what mattered. Not the points. Not the exam. The choice to help when help was needed. The choice to be the one who didn't run. Midoriya, Uraraka said, her voice shaking. You saved me. That thing was going to. It's okay, he said. You're okay. The speakers crackled, and President Mick's voice echoed through the city. That's time. The exam is over. All examinees, report to your designated exit points. The robots stopped. The city went quiet. Around them, the sounds of combat faded into the stillness of an ending, of something completed, of a door closing on the first part of a journey that had barely begun. Izuku sat on the ground, his body aching, his quirk quiet in his chest, and looked at the sky. The sun was higher now, the morning turning to afternoon, the day that would change everything almost over. He didn't know if he'd passed. He didn't know if his score was enough, if the choice he'd made had cost him everything he'd been working toward. But he knew, with a certainty that went deeper than logic, that he'd made the right choice. That he'd done what a hero was supposed to do. He helped Uraraka to her feet, supporting her weight as they walked toward the exit. The other examinees were already there, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and relief, their scores already being tallied somewhere in the UA administration building. Kaken was at the exit, his uniform torn, his hands still smoking, his eyes scanning the crowd with an intensity that softened when they found Izuku. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He just nodded once, and Izuku nodded back. Together they walked out of Battle Center B, into the afternoon light, into the waiting that would follow, into the future that was finally beginning. The results came 3 days later. Izuku was at the beach when the letter arrived, sitting on the boardwalk, watching the waves break against the clean sand. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out to find a message from his mother. It came. Come home. He walked back through the city, through streets he'd known his whole life, past the playground where his quirk had first manifested, past the alley where he'd saved a girl he'd never met, past the training ground where he and Kaken had become something more than rivals. And everywhere he went, he carried with him the weight of the past 10 years, the choices that had led him here, the dreams that had never quite died. When he got home, his mother was standing in the living room, the envelope in her hands. She was crying, but she was smiling, and when she held out the envelope, her hands were steady. Open it, she said. Open it, Izuku. He took the envelope. It was heavier than he'd expected, the paper thick and expensive, the seal of UA High School embossed on the front. He sat down at the kitchen table, his mother beside him, and he opened it. The letter inside was typed formal, the same kind of document that had been sent to thousands of examinees across the country. But there was something else, tucked inside the folds of the paper. A small device, round and flat, with a button in the center. He pressed the button. A hologram flickered to life above the table, and the face that appeared made his breath catch. All Might, the real All Might, not the fading man who had trained him on the beach, but the symbol of peace, the hero who had inspired him since before he could walk, was smiling down at him. I am here! The voice filled the kitchen, making his mother jump, making Izuku laugh despite himself. As a projection anyway. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya! You've passed the UA entrance exam! The screen next to the hologram flickered to life, displaying a list of scores. Izuku's eyes scanned the list, found his name, and stopped. Midoriya Izuku villain points, 42 rescue points, 60 total, 102. He stared at the numbers. 42 villain points. That was good, better than he'd expected, considering he'd stopped fighting halfway through the exam. But 60 rescue points. 60 points for saving one girl from a robot that everyone else had run from. The exam isn't just about defeating villains. All Might's voice continued. Any hero can punch a robot. But the heroes we're looking for, the heroes who will become the next generation of Japan's protectors, they're the ones who save people. The ones who see someone in danger and don't hesitate. The ones who understand that being a hero isn't about the points. It's about the choice. The hologram flickered, and for a moment, the image changed. Izuku saw himself on the screen, running across the plaza, his quirk flaring, his barrier expanding to cover Uraraka. He saw himself lift the debris, carry her to safety, collapse in the aftermath. He saw the moment he made his choice, and he understood. They watched. He breathed. They were watching the whole time. Of course we were. All Might's voice was warm. We're always watching, Izuku. We're always looking for the ones who understand what this job really means. The ones who know that a hero isn't someone who beats the most villains. A hero is someone who saves people. The projection faded, leaving the letter and the device on the table. In the silence that followed, Izuku sat very still, his hands flat on the table, his eyes fixed on the numbers that would change everything. 102 points, his mother whispered. Izuku, that's the highest in the exam. He finished. I saw the other scores. No one else broke 100. He should have been happy. He should have been celebrating, calling Kaken, running to the beach to tell All Might. But instead, he sat at the kitchen table, looking at the numbers, and felt something that surprised him. He felt calm. Because the numbers weren't what mattered. The score, the ranking, the validation of everything he'd worked for, none of it was as important as the moment he made his choice. The moment he'd seen someone in danger and hadn't hesitated. The moment he'd proved to himself, to Yue, to everyone who had ever doubted him, that he was exactly who he'd always known he was. A hero. Not because of his quirk. Not because of his training. Because of who he was. Who he had always been. He picked up his phone and dialed Kaken's number. It rang once, twice, 3 times. You got in. Kaken's voice was flat, but there was something underneath it. Something that might have been pride. 60 rescue points, Izuku said. A pause. Then, you're an idiot. You could have died. I know. Another pause. Longer this time. 102. That's... Kaken's voice cracked, just slightly, and Izuku heard something he'd never heard before. Humility. That's higher than me. The words hung in the air between them. Years of rivalry, of competition, of pushing each other to be better, all of it distilled into 4 words that Kaken had never thought he'd have to say. It doesn't matter, Izuku said. The scores don't matter. What matters is that we're going together. Like we said? The silence stretched. And then, so quiet that Izuku almost missed it. Yeah. Together. He hung up and sat in the kitchen, listening to his mother move around the apartment, preparing a celebration he hadn't asked for but couldn't refuse. The afternoon light streamed through the windows, painting the room in gold, and for a moment, everything was exactly as it should be. He was Izuku Midoriya. He was going to Yue. He was going to become a hero. And somewhere, in a beach that had been reborn, in a city that was waiting for its next generation of protectors, in a future that was finally beginning, the world was waiting for him to become exactly what he was always meant to be. Chapter 9: A Hero Forged by Preparation. The first day of Yue High School arrived like a beginning and an ending all at once. Izuku stood at the gates, the same gates he'd walked through weeks ago for the entrance exam, and felt the weight of everything that had led him here pressing against his chest. The morning light caught the edges of the buildings, turning the glass and steel into something that looked like it belonged in a dream. He adjusted the strap of his bag, the same bag that had carried his notebooks for years, now carrying new notebooks, new dreams, new possibilities, and stepped through. The courtyard was already filling with students. He recognized some of them from the exam, faces that had been burned into his memory during those frantic minutes in Battle Center B. Others were new, strangers whose quirks he hadn't seen, whose stories he hadn't yet learned. He found himself cataloging them automatically, the way he'd always done, but something was different now. He wasn't observing from the outside anymore. He was part of this. He belonged here. Midoriya! He turned. Uraraka was running toward him, her brown hair bouncing, her smile bright enough to rival the morning sun. She had a slight limp still. The leg that had been pinned during the exam was wrapped under her uniform, and Izuku felt a flash of guilt that he quickly suppressed. She was here. She was okay. That was what mattered. You made it! She stopped in front of him, slightly out of breath. I mean, of course you made it. With that score, how could you not? I wanted to thank you again. For the exam. For saving me. I never got a chance to really say it, and You don't have to thank me, Izuku said, and meant it. You would have done the same. She tilted her head considering this. I don't know. Maybe. I'd like to think I would. But you didn't hesitate. You just ran. I've been thinking about that a lot, actually. About what it means to be a hero. And I think... She paused, her smile softening into something more thoughtful. I think you showed me what it really looks like. Before Izuku could respond, a voice cut through the morning air, sharp and precise. Midoriya Izuku. Ida Tenya approached with the kind of purposeful stride that made the crowd part around him without anyone seeming to notice. His uniform was immaculate, his posture perfect, his glasses catching the light in a way that made him look like he'd stepped out of a recruitment poster. Midoriya, Ida said again, stopping at attention. I wanted to apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam briefing. My interruption was inappropriate and reflected poorly on my family's name. I hope you'll accept my... You don't have to apologize, Izuku said, and this time he almost laughed. You were asking a valid question. And honestly, I was wondering about the fourth type too. Ida blinked. You were? The 0-pointer was the fourth type. It was in the briefing materials, just not explicitly stated. Present Mike was testing whether we were paying attention to the subtext. Izuku paused, then added, That's why you asked? You saw the pattern. You just didn't have time to articulate it before he cut you off. Ida stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face, the first genuine smile Izuku had seen from him. You're very perceptive, Midoriya. I'm glad we'll be in the same class. Same class? Uraraka leaned in, her eyes wide. How do you know we're in the same class? Ida produced a small card from his pocket, holding it up like evidence. The class assignments were posted this morning outside the main building. 1A. The Hero Course. The most prestigious class in the school. His voice carried a note of pride that was impossible to miss. Only the top examinees are placed there. Izuku's heart did something complicated in his chest. 1A. The same class All Might had been in, decades ago. The same class that had produced some of the greatest heroes in history. And he was going to be there. With Kaken. With Uraraka. With Ida. Then we should go. He said, and his voice was steadier than he felt. We don't want to be late on the first day. Class 1A's classroom was on the third floor, at the end of a corridor that seemed to stretch longer than it should. The door was massive, twice the size of a normal door, made of reinforced steel that Izuku's analytical mind immediately began cataloging. Blast resistance. Impact absorption. A security system that he could see at least 3 layers of without even trying. He was still examining the door when it slid open and a voice he'd recognize anywhere cut through the morning quiet. You're blocking the entrance, Deku. Kaken stood in the doorway, his arms crossed, his expression the particular brand of annoyance he reserved for things that were happening slower than he wanted. But there was something else there, something that looked almost like anticipation. He'd been waiting for this. For them. For the moment when everything they'd worked for finally became real. "You're early," Izuku said. "You're late." "I'm not late. Class hasn't started." Kaken's eyes narrowed, but there was no heat in it. "Just get inside. You're letting the cold air in." He stepped aside, and Izuku walked into the classroom for the first time. It was bigger than he'd expected. The desks were arranged in tiers, rising toward the back, each one equipped with a display screen and a control panel that looked more advanced than anything he'd ever used. The windows faced east, catching the morning light, and beyond them, he could see the training grounds stretching toward the horizon, the same grounds where he'd watched heroes train on television for years, where he would train now, where he would become what he'd always dreamed of becoming. The desks were already filling with students. He recognized faces from the exam, from the hero forums, from years of analysis that had prepared him for this moment. A boy with spiky red hair and a grin that looked like it had never encountered a problem it couldn't solve. A girl with earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, already plugged into something on her desk. A boy with tape dispenser elbows, testing his range against the far wall. A girl whose skin shifted colors as she moved, matching the light around her. And at the front of the room, behind a podium that looked like it had been designed by someone who had never seen a podium before, a man in a yellow sleeping bag was unzipping himself with the slow, deliberate movements of someone who had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. "Took you long enough," the man said. His hair was black and unkempt, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion that seemed permanent, his scarf, no, not a scarf, Izuku realized with a start, wrapped around his neck in coils that looked almost alive. "I've been waiting for 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes of sleep I'm never getting back." He stood, and the sleeping bag fell away to reveal a jumpsuit that looked like it had been through a war. Aizawa Shota. Eraserhead. The hero who had turned down a position in the top 10 rankings because he didn't like the publicity. The man whose quirk could erase other quirks with a look. The teacher who was rumored to have expelled more students than any other in UA's history. "My name is Shota Aizawa," he said, and his voice was flat, exhausted, utterly without the showmanship that had characterized present mixed briefing. "I'm your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me on the training grounds. You have 5 minutes." He pressed a button on the podium, and a series of compartments opened in the wall beside the door, each one containing a gym uniform. Then he was gone, the door sliding shut behind him with a finality that left the room in stunned silence. "That's it," someone said. "No welcome? No orientation? No congratulations on making it to the hero course?" Aizawa's voice drifted through the door, muffled but unmistakable. 4 minutes. The classroom erupted. The training grounds were a sprawling complex of fields, tracks, and obstacle courses that seemed to go on forever. Izuku stood at the edge of the softball field, his gym uniform feeling strange against his skin after years of training in his own clothes. Beside him, the rest of Class 1A was gathered, a collection of nervous energy and barely contained excitement that Aizawa seemed determined to crush. "The entrance exam," Aizawa said, pacing slowly in front of them, "was a farce. It tested your ability to fight robots. That's not heroism. That's demolition." He stopped, his eyes scanning the class with an intensity that made several students shift uncomfortably. "What matters, the only thing that matters, is whether you have the potential to survive. Not in a simulation. Not in a controlled environment. In the field. Against villains who want to kill you." He held up a softball, the orange color stark against his pale hand. "Bakugo. You had the highest villain point total in the exam. Let's see what that actually means." Kaken stepped forward, his expression unreadable. He took the ball, tested its weight, and without any of the ceremony that Izuku would have expected, threw it. The explosion that ripped from his palm was contained, focused, a masterpiece of control. That would have been impossible for the boy who had once burned his own hands learning to make sparks. The ball rocketed into the sky, disappearing into the clouds faster than anyone could track. Aizawa's phone beeped. He looked at the screen, and something that might have been satisfaction flickered across his tired features. 701.3 meters. Not bad. He looked at the rest of the class. All of you will take the same test. Softball throw, 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, endurance running. You'll use your quirks as much as you want. And at the end, the person with the lowest overall score will be expelled. The silence that followed was absolute. Izuku felt the words hit him like a physical blow. Expelled? On the first day. Before he'd even had a chance to prove what he could do. That's not fair! Uraraka's voice broke the silence, high and indignant. We just got here. We haven't even had any classes yet. You can't. Fair? Aizawa's voice was soft, almost gentle, which somehow made it worse. Did you think Yue was fair? Did you think the world was fair? Villains don't care about fairness. Disasters don't care about fairness. The people you're going to save don't care about the circumstances that led to them needing saving. They just need you to be there. To be ready. To be enough. He turned away, his scarf trailing behind him. If you're not ready to be enough, then you don't belong here. The test starts now. Don't waste my time. The 50-meter dash was first. Izuku watched his classmates go, one pair after another, their quirks carrying them across the distance in times that ranged from impressive to extraordinary. The boy with the red hair, Kirishima, his mind supplied, hardened his skin and launched himself forward like a cannonball. The girl with the earphone jacks, Jiro, sent sonic pulses that seemed to propel her forward. The boy with the tape dispenser, Siro, used his tape like a grappling hook, pulling himself across the finish line before his feet even touched the ground. And then it was his turn. He stepped up to the starting line, his heart pounding, his quirk humming in his chest. Across from him, Kaken was already in position, his hands raised, his expression focused. They'd run this drill 100 times before, in the warehouse, on the beach, in the spaces between training that had become the foundation of everything they were. Ready, the automated voice said. Set. Kaken's palms sparked. Izuku's quirk rose in his chest, green light gathering around his legs, his arms, his core. He didn't need to think about this. His body knew what to do. His quirk knew what to do. They were the same thing now, the same purpose, the same will. Go. The explosion behind him was deafening. Izuku didn't look. He pushed, his quirk propelling him forward in a surge of green light that turned the world into a blur. His feet barely touched the ground. He was flying, almost, the way he'd flown in the exam, the way he'd learned to move on the beach when All Might had taught him that his quirk wasn't something he used, it was something he became. He crossed the finish line in a fraction of a second. Beside him, Kaken crossed a fraction of a second later. The automated voice announced their times, but Izuku didn't hear it. He was looking at Aizawa, who was looking at his phone with an expression that might have been interest. 3.02 seconds, Aizawa said. Not bad for someone who was still learning to control his quirk 8 months ago. Izuku's blood went cold. You know about that? Aizawa's eyes, red, he realized, red in a way that made his quirk stir uneasily, fixed on him. I know about a lot of things, Midoriya. I know about the beach. I know about the training. I know about the man who's been teaching you in the mornings when he should be resting. He paused, and something that might have been warning crept into his voice. I also know that your quirk has the potential to be one of the most powerful in this school. But potential doesn't mean anything if you can't use it when it matters. He turned away, already looking at the next pair of students. Next. The test continued. Grip strength, where Izuku's quirk let him crush the device with a precision that surprised even himself. Standing long jump, where he learned to use his power to extend his leap, to push against the air itself. Repeated side steps, where his training on the beach made the movement instinctive, his body responding faster than his mind could track. And through it all, Aizawa watched. His expression never changed, never gave anything away, But Izuku could feel the weight of his attention, the assessment happening behind those tired eyes. This was the test that mattered, not the scores, but what the scores revealed. Who cracked under pressure? Who pushed harder? Who was willing to do what it took to survive? The endurance run was last. Aizawa lined them up at the edge of the track, his face unreadable. 10 kilometers. Your times will be recorded, but that's not what I'm watching. I'm watching how you run when your body wants to stop. When your quirk is exhausted. When every part of you is screaming to quit. He looked at them, and for a moment, there was something almost like compassion in his eyes. That's when you find out what you're really made of. The run started. Izuku settled into a pace he knew he could maintain, letting his body find the rhythm that had carried him through months of beach training. Beside him, Kaken was running harder, faster, his explosions propelling him forward in bursts that were impressive but unsustainable. He'd burn out before the halfway point. He always did on runs like this. And he'd keep going anyway, because that was who he was. The kilometers passed. Izuku's legs began to ache, then burn, then go numb. His quirk was quiet now, settled back into the hum that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. He didn't need it for this. This was just him. Just his body, the body he'd built on the beach, the body that had learned to keep moving when there was nothing left to give. Around him, students were dropping out. Not officially, they kept running, kept pushing, but Izuku could see them slowing, could see the fatigue settling into their bones. The boy with the hardening quirk was struggling, his skin flickering between hardened and soft as his concentration wavered. The girl with the gravity quirk, Uraraka, was using her power to lighten her own weight, but even that was taking its toll, her face pale, her breath coming in ragged gasps. And then, at 7 kilometers, Kaken fell. It wasn't dramatic. He didn't stumble, didn't cry out. One moment he was running, his explosions propelling him forward, and the next moment he was on the ground, his hands scraping against the track, his chest heaving. Izuku was there before he knew he'd moved. His body had reacted without thought, the way it always did when someone needed help, the way it had in the alley when he was 6, the way it had in the exam when Uraraka was trapped. I'm fine. Kaken's voice was a snarl, but he didn't push Izuku away. I don't need your help. You're bleeding. It's just scrapes. I've had worse. Izuku looked at Kaken's hands. The palms were raw, the skin torn from where he'd hit the ground. But it was his expression that stopped Izuku's words, not anger, not frustration, but something that looked almost like fear. I can't, Kaken said, and his voice cracked. I can't be the one who falls behind. Not here. Not now. Izuku understood. He understood better than Kaken probably wanted him to. This was the moment they'd been working toward for years, the proving ground where everything they'd built would be tested. And falling, even for a moment, felt like failure. You're not falling behind, Izuku said. You're just stopping. There's a difference. He held out his hand. Kaken stared at it. And for a moment, Izuku thought he was going to refuse. But then he reached out, his torn palm meeting Izuku's calloused one, and let himself be pulled to his feet. Finish the run, Izuku said. We finished together. Like we said? Kaken's jaw tightened. His hands were shaking, his breathing still ragged, but there was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Something that looked like acceptance. Together, he said, and started running. Izuku ran beside him, matching his pace, letting Kaken set the rhythm. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They just ran, two boys who had been running toward this moment for as long as they could remember, finally arriving. When the run was over, Izuku stood at the edge of the track, his chest heaving, his legs trembling, his body screaming for rest. Beside him, Kaken was leaning against the fence, his face pale, his hands wrapped in bandages someone had produced from somewhere. The rest of the class was scattered across the training grounds, some collapsed on the grass, some walking in slow circles to cool down, some already gathered around Aizawa, waiting for the results that would determine whether they stayed or went. Aizawa waited until everyone was gathered. His face was unreadable, his eyes moving slowly across the class, assessing, weighing. The silence stretched, and in that silence, Izuku could hear his own heartbeat, could feel the weight of everything he'd done today pressing against his chest. The results? Aizawa said finally, and his voice was softer than it had been all morning. The student with the lowest overall score was. He paused, and Izuku saw several students flinch. Midoriya Izuku. The world tilted. Izuku heard the words, heard them, but they didn't make sense. He'd done everything. He'd pushed himself harder than he'd ever pushed. He'd helped Kaken, had finished the run, had done everything Aizawa had asked. And now he was being told. But, Aizawa said. And the word cut through the spiral of Izuku's thoughts. I'm not expelling you. The silence that followed was different. Confused. Uncertain. You finished last in the endurance run. Aizawa continued. Your grip strength was average. Your standing long jump was below the class median. By the numbers, you were the weakest student in this class today. He stepped forward, and for the first time, there was something in his expression that wasn't exhaustion or indifference. It was curiosity. Interest. But you were also the only student who stopped to help someone else. The only student who saw a classmate fall and didn't hesitate. The only student who understood that these tests, these numbers, these rankings, mean nothing if you're not willing to be the one who doesn't run. He stopped in front of Izuku, close enough that Izuku could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the weight of years of teaching students who didn't understand what he was trying to teach them. Hero rankings. Test scores. Quirk assessments. None of that matters if you're not willing to sacrifice your own success for someone else's survival. And today, you showed me something that no test score could ever measure. He stepped back, looking at the rest of the class. All of you showed me something today. Some of you showed me strength. Some of you showed me skill. Some of you showed me potential. But Midoriya showed me something that I've only seen in a handful of students in all my years of teaching. He turned away, already walking toward the school, his scarf trailing behind him. He showed me what a hero looks like. The classroom was empty when Izuku returned to it. The other students had gone home, their first day over, their futures secured or uncertain depending on how they'd performed. He stood at the window, looking out at the training grounds, at the tracks where he'd run until his body gave out, at the fields where he'd thrown and jumped and pushed himself past every limit he'd ever known. He'd done it. He'd survived the first day. He'd proven something to Aizawa, something that mattered more than test scores or rankings. He'd proven that he was who he'd always known he was. A hero. Not because of his quirk. Not because of his training. Because of the choices he made when it mattered. The door opened behind him. He didn't turn. He knew the footsteps, the particular weight of them, the way they seemed to challenge the ground to hold them. You almost got yourself expelled, Kaken said. I didn't get expelled. You almost did. Kaken moved to stand beside him at the window, his arms crossed, his hands still bandaged from the run. You finished last. In everything except that stupid run, you finished last. I know. So why aren't you upset? Izuku thought about the question. He thought about the beach, about the months of training, about the moment he'd chosen to help Kaken instead of pushing for a better time. He thought about Aizawa's words, about what it meant to be a hero, about the choices that defined a life. Because I didn't come here to be the strongest, he said finally. I came here to be the one who saves people. And today, I saved someone. Even if it was just from a fall. Even if it cost me my ranking. That's what I came here to do. Kaken was quiet for a long moment. The sun was setting, painting the training grounds in shades of orange and gold, and in that light, the scars on his hands looked like something else. Like marks of something survived. Something earned. You're an idiot, Kaken said, but his voice was soft. You've always been an idiot. Running into things you can't handle. Saving people who don't need saving. Throwing away everything you've worked for because someone fell down. He turned to look at Izuku, and in the fading light, his eyes were almost warm. But you're my idiot. And I'm not going to let you fall behind. Not here. Not ever. He held out his hand, the same hand he'd held out years ago, in a training lot that didn't exist anymore, offering something that neither of them had words for. Izuku took it, felt the bandages rough against his palm, felt the strength beneath them, the strength that had been there since before either of them could remember. Together, Izuku said. Together, Kaken agreed. They stood at the window, watching the sun set on their first day of UA, on the beginning of everything they'd been working toward, on a future that was finally theirs. And somewhere in the distance, Izuku knew, All Might was watching. The beach was clean. The training was done. And tomorrow, the real work would begin. But for now, for this moment, Izuku Midoriya was exactly where he was supposed to be. In a classroom that had produced heroes for generations, standing beside a boy who had been his rival, his friend, his partner, watching the sun set on a day that would change everything. He was ready. He had always been ready. And whatever came next, whatever trials, whatever battles, whatever darkness the world had waiting for him, he would face it the same way he'd faced everything since he was 4 years old. He would stand. He would fight. He would save. And he would never, ever run. Chapter 10: The Future Symbol of Hope. The city had changed in the years since Izuku first dreamed of walking its streets as a hero. The skyline was different now, new buildings where old ones had fallen, repaired bridges where villains had struck, memorials where too many had been lost. But the people were the same. They walked the same streets, rode the same trains, lived the same lives that heroes had sworn to protect. And somewhere among them, always, there was someone who needed saving. Izuku stood on a rooftop overlooking the central district, his costume moving gently in the evening wind. The green fabric had faded over the years, softened by sun and rain and battles that had left their marks in ways that went deeper than thread. But the symbol on his back, the wings that All Might had worn, now reshaped into something new, was still bright. Still meant something. Dispatch to Deku. Do you copy? His hand went to the calm in his ear, a reflex that had become as natural as breathing. I copy. What do you have for me? Bank robbery in progress on 5th and Main. 3 suspects, quirks unknown. Local heroes are on site but requesting backup. You're the closest. He was already moving, his quirk lifting him off the rooftop, carrying him across the city with the ease of years of practice. Below him, the streets blurred into ribbons of light, the people becoming shapes, the shapes becoming stories he didn't have time to read. He was faster now than he'd ever been, not because his quirk had grown stronger, though it had, but because he'd learned to listen to it, to become it, to let it carry him where it knew he needed to go. I'm on my way. ETA 2 minutes. Copy that. And Deku? He waited, the wind rushing past his ears, the city spreading out beneath him like a map of everything he'd sworn to protect. The others are asking about you. They say you were supposed to be off duty tonight. He smiled, though there was no one to see it. Tell them I'll be there. Just later than I promised. You always are. Dispatch out. The bank on 5th and Main was old, one of the buildings that had survived the dark years, when villains had walked the streets openly and heroes had been too few to stop them. Its stone facade was scarred with the marks of old battles, its windows reinforced with materials that hadn't existed when it was built. And now, in the evening light, its doors were open, and inside, Izuku could hear the sounds of something that had gone very, very wrong. He landed on the roof across the street, his quirk settling back into the quiet hum that had become the constant rhythm of his life. Below him, he could see the local heroes, a young woman with a quirk that let her manipulate light, a man whose arms had become steel, pinned down behind their cars, unable to advance. The suspects were inside, but they'd made their presence known. The front of the bank was riddled with holes, the glass doors shattered, the marble steps cracked by something that had hit them with force he could feel from here. He studied the building, his mind doing what it had always done, cataloging, analyzing, finding the patterns that others missed. 3 entrances. Windows on the second floor that had been reinforced but not replaced. A fire escape on the east side that looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. And inside, 3 heat signatures. His quirk had developed that ability years ago, the ability to sense the energy of living things, to know where they were, how they moved, what they were feeling. They were scared. He could feel it, even from here. The fear radiated from them in waves, the kind of fear that made people do things they wouldn't normally do, that made them dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with their quirks. He didn't go in through the front. He didn't go in through the windows or the fire escape. He went in through the roof, dropping through a skylight that had been installed decades ago and never replaced, his quirk cushioning his fall, silencing his landing. He was in the back offices now, the place where the bank's real work happened, the place where people sat at desks and counted money and lived ordinary lives that had been interrupted by 3 scared people with powers they didn't know how to control. He moved through the offices, his footsteps silent, his presence folded into the background by years of training. He could hear them now, not just their heat signatures but their voices, raised in argument, in fear, in the particular desperation of people who had run out of options. We shouldn't have come here. We should have listened. We should have. Shut up. Just shut up. We're here now. There's no going back. There's always going back. We can still. There's nothing back there. You know that. There's nothing for us anywhere except what we take. Izuku paused at the door to the main lobby, his hand resting on the frame. He could see them now, 3 figures huddled behind the teller counters, their faces lit by the emergency lights that had flickered on when the power was cut. 2 men, 1 woman. Younger than him, he realized with a start. They couldn't have been more than 18, 19. Old enough to know better. Young enough to believe they had no other choice. Their quirks were active, he could see. One of the men had hands that shimmered with heat, the air around them distorting like a desert mirage. The other man's skin had taken on the texture of stone, his arms thick and heavy, the kind of quirk that was meant for defense but could do real damage if it was used to strike. And the woman, she was the one who had been arguing for retreat, her voice high and frightened, her quirk manifesting in the way the shadows around her seemed to deepen, to reach, as if they were trying to pull her into safety. He stepped into the lobby, and all 3 of them turned. The first man's hands flared, heat pouring off him in waves that made the air shimmer. The second man's stone arms rose, ready to strike. The woman pressed herself against the counter, her shadows wrapping around her like a shield. But none of them attacked. They stood frozen, watching him with the particular terror of people who knew they were outmatched and didn't know what to do about it. I'm not here to hurt you, Izuku said. His voice was calm, the voice he'd learned to use in moments like this, the voice that said I am not your enemy without saying anything at all. I'm here to help. Help? The first man's voice cracked. You're a hero. You're here to stop us. To take us in. To make sure no one gets hurt. Izuku finished. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm always here for. He took a step forward, and the man with the stone arms tensed, his fists rising higher. Izuku stopped, raised his empty hands, showed them that he wasn't reaching for anything, wasn't preparing to strike. You're scared, he said. I know you're scared. You didn't come here because you wanted to hurt people. You came here because you didn't know where else to go. Because something happened, and you ran out of options, and this was the only thing you could think to do. The woman made a sound that might have been a sob. We never meant. I know. He took another step, slower this time, watching their reactions, measuring the distance. I know you didn't mean for this to happen. But it has happened, and now we have to figure out how to end it without anyone getting hurt. Including you? The first man's hands flickered, the heat dimming for a moment, then flaring again. They'll lock us up. They'll throw us away like we're nothing. Like we've always been nothing. Izuku heard the words, heard the years of pain behind them, the years of being told they weren't enough, weren't good enough, didn't deserve the same chances that other people had. He knew those words. He'd almost lived them, once, before his quirk had manifested, before the world had looked at him and seen something worth saving. "No one's going to throw you away," he said, and he meant it. "I won't let that happen." He was close enough now to see their faces clearly, to see the fear and the desperation and the small, fragile hope that was trying to survive beneath it all. The woman was crying, silent tears tracking down her cheeks. The man with the stone arms had lowered his fists, his skin beginning to soften, the stone texture fading back into flesh. Only the first man was still holding his power, his hands shimmering with heat, his eyes wild with a fear that had nowhere to go. "You don't know that," he said. "You don't know anything. You're a hero. You have everything. You don't know what it's like to have nothing. To be nothing. To wake up every day and know that no one cares if you live or die." Izuku thought about the alley when he was 6. He thought about the notebooks he'd filled before his quirk manifested, the dreams he'd written down when everyone else had told him those dreams were impossible. He thought about the look on his mother's face when the doctors had said he might be quirkless, the way she'd held him tighter that night, as if she could protect him from a world that had already decided he wasn't enough. "I know," he said, and his voice was different now, carrying something that hadn't been there before. "I know what it's like to be told you're nothing. To be told you'll never be anything. To be looked at like you don't belong, like you're taking up space that someone more deserving could use." He reached up and pulled back the hood of his costume, letting them see his face, see the boy who had once been told he would never be a hero. "My quirk didn't manifest until I was 4. Later than most. For years, everyone thought I was quirkless. They looked at me the way the world looks at people like you. Like I didn't matter. Like I would never matter." The first man's hands had stopped shimmering. The heat was fading, the panic in his eyes giving way to something that might have been recognition. "But I found people who believed in me. People who saw something in me that I couldn't see in myself. And they helped me become what I was always meant to be." He took the last step, closing the distance between them, close enough now to touch. "And that's what I'm offering you. Not judgment. Not punishment. A chance. A chance to be something more than what the world has told you you are." The silence stretched. Outside, Izuku could hear the distant sounds of the city, the life that had paused for this moment, waiting to see how it would end. The woman was the first to move. She stepped out from behind the counter, her shadows receding, her hands raised in a gesture that was half surrender, half plea. "We didn't want this," she said. We didn't have anywhere else to go. No one would help us. No one ever helps people like us." "I know," Izuku said. "But I'm going to change that. Not today, maybe. Not tomorrow. But I'm going to change it. And it starts with moments like this. With people like you, choosing to believe that there's another way." The second man's arms had returned to normal now, the stone completely gone. He was looking at Izuku with an expression that might have been wonder, might have been hope, might have been the first stirrings of something that had been dead for a very long time. "What happens now?" he asked. His voice was rough, scraped raw by fear and something that might have been the beginning of tears. "No," Izuku said. "We walk out of here. Together. I'll make sure no one hurts you. I'll make sure you get the help you need. And I'll make sure that someone, finally, listens to your story." He held out his hand. Not like a hero reaching for a villain. Like a person reaching for someone who needed to know they weren't alone. The first man looked at the offered hand. His own hands were still now, the heat completely gone, leaving only the hands of a boy who had been scared and desperate, and had made choices he couldn't take back. "My name's Riku," he said. "This is Sora. And Hana." He gestured to the woman, who was wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "We didn't mean for any of this. We just wanted someone to see us." Izuku smiled. It was the same smile he'd worn since he was 4 years old, the smile that said everything was going to be okay, the smile that meant he was there, he was present, he would not leave. "I see you," he said. Now let's go find out what happens next. The walk out of the bank was the longest walk Izuku had ever taken. He led the three of them through the shattered doors, onto the marble steps, into the evening light that had turned the world to gold. The local heroes were there, their quirks ready, their faces tense with the expectation of violence. But when they saw Izuku, when they saw the way he walked with the three young people, not as a captor with prisoners but as a guide with charges, something in their expressions shifted. "It's over," Izuku said, and his voice carried across the street, through the barricades, to the crowd that had gathered to watch. "No one was hurt. No one is going to be hurt." He stopped at the bottom of the steps, the three young people gathered behind him, and looked out at the city he had sworn to protect. There were cameras here, he knew. Reporters, civilians, heroes who would carry the story of this night to every corner of the country. And in the center of it all, a boy who had once been told he would be nothing, standing with three people who had been told the same thing, proving that the world could be different if someone was willing to make it different. "Deku." The voice came from the crowd, familiar in a way that made something in his chest loosen. Kaken was there, his costume still smoking from whatever fight he'd just left, his expression the particular blend of annoyance and concern that had become as familiar to Izuku as his own heartbeat. "You were supposed to be off duty." "I know. You're always off duty when you're supposed to be on, and on duty when you're supposed to be off. It's annoying." "I know that too." Kaken's eyes moved to the three young people behind Izuku, took in their faces, their postures, the fear that was slowly giving way to something that might have been relief. Something in his expression softened, just a fraction, just enough for someone who had known him as long as Izuku had to see. "They're just kids," Kaken said. It wasn't a question. "They're just kids," Izuku agreed. "Kids who didn't have anyone to help them. Kids who ran out of options and made a choice they didn't know how to take back." Kaken was quiet for a moment. Then he stepped forward, past Izuku, to stand in front of the three young people. They flinched. They couldn't help it. The years of being told they were nothing had trained them to flinch when someone powerful came near. But Kaken didn't raise his hands, didn't let his quirk spark, didn't do any of the things that would have confirmed their fears. "My name's Bakugo," he said. "I'm a hero. Not the kind who gives speeches or makes people feel better. I'm the kind who hits things until they stop moving." He paused, and something that might have been a smile flickered across his face. "But I'm also the kind who knows what it's like to be told you're not enough. To be told you have to be more, do more, become more, just to prove that you deserve to exist." The young man, Riku, looked up at him, his eyes wide. "You. I was born with a powerful quirk. Everyone told me I was destined for greatness. And I believed them. I believed them so much that I forgot that greatness isn't something you're given. It's something you earn." He looked at Izuku, and for a moment, the years fell away, and they were two boys in a training lot, figuring out what they meant to each other. "This idiot taught me that. He taught me that being a hero isn't about being the strongest or the most powerful. It's about being there. About never running. About seeing someone who needs help and moving before you even know you're moving." He turned back to the three young people. "So here's what's going to happen. You're going to come with us. You're going to tell your story. And we're going to make sure that someone, finally, listens." He held out his hand, the same hand that had produced explosions since before he could remember, the same hand that had been extended to Izuku years ago in a gesture that had changed everything. "Together," he said. The three young people looked at the offered hand. Then they looked at each other. And then, slowly, Riku reached out and took it. The aftermath took hours. Statements were given, stories were told, phone calls were made to people whose job it was to figure out what happened next. Izuku stayed through all of it, not because he was needed. The local heroes had taken over, their professionalism returning now that the crisis was over, but because he had promised. He had promised these three young people that they wouldn't be alone, and he meant to keep that promise. It was well past midnight when he finally stepped out of the police station, into a city that had gone quiet. The streets were empty now, the crowds dispersed, the reporters gone to file their stories. Only the streetlights remained, casting pools of orange light on the wet pavement, and at the edge of one of those pools, a figure he would have recognized anywhere. All Might leaned against the wall, his massive frame somehow smaller now, or maybe Izuku had just gotten used to seeing him as he really was. The years had taken their toll, the wound that had never fully healed, the power that had faded despite everything, the body that had carried the world for so long it had forgotten how to rest. But his eyes were the same. Bright. Hopeful. Watching the world with the same fierce love that had made him the symbol of peace. "You handled that well," All Might said. His voice was quieter now than it had been in the old days, but it still carried the same weight, the same certainty. "The boy with the fire quirk, Riku. He was seconds away from something he couldn't take back. You brought him back." "He was scared," Izuku said. "They were all scared. They just needed someone to see them. To tell them that they mattered." All Might smiled. It was the smile Izuku had come to know over the years, the one that was just for him, the one that said more than words ever could. "That's what you've always done. Seen people. Made them matter." He pushed off from the wall, falling into step beside Izuku as they walked down the empty street. "You know, when I was young I thought being the symbol of peace meant being invincible. Never losing. Never falling. Never showing weakness. I thought that's what people needed, someone who was always strong, always there, always certain." He looked up at the sky, at the stars that were just becoming visible through the city lights. "But you taught me something different. You taught me that what people really need isn't someone who never falls. It's someone who gets back up. Someone who falls and keeps fighting. Someone who shows them that it's okay to be scared, to be weak, to be uncertain, as long as you don't stop trying." Izuku walked beside him in silence, letting the words settle into the spaces where they belong. He thought about the alley when he was 6, about the beach he'd cleared, about the exam where he'd chosen to save instead of fight. He thought about all the years of training, all the moments when he'd wanted to give up, all the times he'd kept going because someone needed him to keep going. "I'm not going to be the next symbol of peace," he said finally. All Might glanced at him, one eyebrow raised. "No? The world doesn't need another symbol of peace. It needs something else. Something that All Might couldn't be, because he was too busy being everything for everyone." He stopped walking, and All Might stopped with him. They stood at the corner of an empty intersection, two heroes who had carried more than anyone should have to carry, looking at a future that was still being written. The world needs someone who shows people that they don't have to be perfect to be heroes. That they don't have to be the strongest, or the fastest, or the most powerful. They just have to be there. To see people who need to be seen. To help people who need to be helped. To never run, even when running would be easier. He looked at All Might, at the man who had given him everything, who had seen something in a 14-year-old boy and decided it was worth investing in. "You taught me that. You taught me that being a hero isn't about the power you're born with. It's about the choices you make. The people you save. The lives you change. Not because you have to, but because you can." All Might was quiet for a long moment. The streetlight above them flickered, casting strange shadows across his face, and for a moment, he looked like the man Izuku had first met in the industrial district, tired, fading, carrying a weight that was slowly crushing him. But then he smiled. And in that smile, Izuku saw everything. The boy who had dreamed of being a hero. The man who had become the symbol of peace. The teacher who had given everything he had to a student who reminded him of why he'd started this journey in the first place. "You're going to be better than me," All Might said. "You already are. Not because your quirk is stronger, or because you're faster, or because you're smarter. Because you see people the way I never learned to see them. Because you save them in ways that go deeper than just stopping the villains. Because you make them believe that they can be heroes too." He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, the same gesture he'd made so many times over the years, but different now. Lighter. Freer. The world doesn't need another symbol of peace. It needs a symbol of hope. And that's what you are, Izuku. That's what you've always been. The years passed. The city changed. Heroes rose and fell, villains came and went, and through it all, Izuku Midoriya was there. Not as the strongest. Not as the fastest. Not as the one who never fell. As the one who always got back up. He stood at the top of the world now, not because he had climbed there, but because the world had lifted him. The people he had saved. The heroes he had inspired. The students he had taught, in the years after Yue, when he'd realized that the best way to save people was to teach them how to save themselves. From his office window, he could see the whole city. The streets where he had run as a child. The playground where his quirk had first manifested, the beach he had cleared with his own hands. And beyond them, the training grounds of Yue, where a new generation of heroes was learning what it meant to carry the weight of the world. His desk was covered in notebooks. Not the notebooks of his childhood, filled with other people's quirks, other people's dreams. These were filled with his own words, his own dreams, his own vision of what the world could be. And at the bottom of the stack, worn and soft with age, the notebook Kaken had given him on his 14th birthday. He opened it to the first page, to the words he had written so long ago, when the future had been nothing but a dream. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I am 14 years old. I have a quirk that no one can categorize, a rival who just gave me a notebook to write down my own dreams, and an entrance exam in 2 days that will determine everything I've been working toward. Asterisk, this is what I want. I want to be a hero who saves everyone. Not the strongest, not the most famous, not the one who stands alone at the top. The one who is there when people need someone to be there. The one who makes sure no one has to face the darkness alone. I want to be the hero who stands beside Katsuki Bakugo, as his equal, as his partner, as someone who pushes him to be better and is pushed in return. I want to be the hero who proves that power isn't about what you're given, it's about what you build with what you have. I want to be a symbol. Not of fear, not of strength, but of hope. The kind of hope that says, you are not alone. The kind of hope that says, someone is coming. The kind of hope that says, it's going to be okay. He read the words, and in them, he saw the boy he had been. The boy who had dreamed of being a hero when the world told him he couldn't. The boy who had walked into an alley to save a girl he'd never met. The boy who had cleared a beach with his own hands because a dying hero had asked him to. He closed the notebook and looked out the window. The sun was setting, painting the city in shades of orange and gold, and somewhere in the streets below, he knew, there was someone who needed help. Someone who was scared. Someone who had run out of options. Someone who needed to know that they weren't alone. He stood, his body moving before he made a conscious decision to move, the way it always did. His hand went to the calm in his ear, the same calm he'd worn for years, the same voice waiting on the other end. Dispatch to Deku. We've got a situation in the industrial district. Possible quirk incident. Local heroes are requesting. I'm on my way. He was already moving, his quirk lifting him off the floor, carrying him toward the window, toward the city, toward the people who needed him to be there. And as he flew, the wind rushing past his ears, the lights of the city blurring beneath him, he thought about everything that had led him here. The boy who had been told he was nothing. The hero who had seen something in him. The rival who had become his partner. The people he had saved, the lives he had changed, the hope he had carried from one end of the city to the other. He wasn't the symbol of peace. He wasn't the one who never fell. He was something else. Something that the world had needed for a long time and hadn't known how to ask for. He was hope. The kind that said you are not alone. The kind that said someone is coming. The kind that said it's going to be okay. And as he descended toward the industrial district, toward the people who needed him to be there, he smiled. It was the same smile he'd worn since he was 4 years old, the smile that said everything was going to be okay, the smile that meant he was there, he was present, he would not leave. The future was waiting. And Izuku Midoriya was ready to meet it. End of story.